One. Might as well.
How are you? March is like, oh, I'm so confused. It's close. Not too much skin off my teeth. And I get to see some people, I'm sure. Inflation is not in Girl Scouts at Area 19. How you doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Girl Scouts in Area 19. We're still alive here. Sounds like a war zone type thing.
You know, watch out for the Girl Scouts in Area 51.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that are
They'll come get them.
Yeah.
Mel Dyke was one awesome on set.
You know you were thinking that.
Yeah, no, I was not. Only you. Definitely only coming from you.
The Girl Scouts married the
She says I was thinking if I wasn't.
Thank you.
So awesome. I heard this.
Like I'm a bowling guy, you know. Wear them outside.
I only wear one.
Because if I take it off, then I have to feel right. Yeah.
Check, check. Mic check, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4. What's your NFL team that you're pulling for?
Cowboys, baby. Even though they already lost.
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, but I forgot when that Des Bryant catches the ball and he reaches out, doesn't have possession. I'm sorry. Oh, that was not a catch. Yeah, I don't even want to get started on that.
Get fired up here, right? This might be it. No, he probably was saying he was calling. No, actually, Israeli, that was a good call. Based on the rule, that was an incomplete pass, was a different ground, and he came loose. And you rethought it. But the world cannot afford more being the whole day. But then you go. I think yeah, she's not very good. So she but then she followed it up with a 150 and 33. Then she cut 2 last wrote it down. That's one of those things. Be careful what you ask for type answers, right? You put that question out there. You never know what you're gonna get. So you hold this in your bag.
Alright, so 115. You're rolling match play. It has your starting lane here.
I started a picture and then we just restarted.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
My legs lasted like 6 minutes. Because I did legs Tuesday.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just
Okay, now just like this, you write your score. If you win the match, write 30. If you do, for the total, you add those two numbers together, that's your total, and carry it plus minus. Just like yesterday, you can make a call before you have to get your plate. If you don't win, just put A0, you keep repeating I say. If you do not win, it's 0. Okay? Any questions? So, it's your lane. You're gonna get 10 minutes credit. We're ready to go, right? You're rolling on basic. Have fun. Your lane for more about a minute.
Why start with the sanity concerns now?
Huh?
Why start with the sanity concerns now?
Yeah.
10 minutes of practice.
Okay. I'm not talking. I don't.
Okay, and you can, girls, you can practice on any girls' lane. Boys, you can practice on any boys' lane. Hey, Jeff, can we run along 10 minutes?
Go to one.
The best thing I can have that thing.
That's fine. They are rolling 4.
Something always comes up.
So you know, you can be looking at this regional that spot of the world, maybe not that much. Why do you think that around it?
Good afternoon and welcome to Buffalo Lanes Cary. We are here for day 2 of the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament. You are watching the boys and girls getting loose. They are practicing. We've got 10 minutes of practice, probably got right around 6 or 7 minutes left. I'm Gerald Morrow. I'll be with you all day. We'll have a couple of guests at some point joining me. Dan McCaskill joined us yesterday. He'll probably be back today, and maybe a couple other coaches will join me for a little bit of commentary throughout the day. Today's format, we've got the top 8 boys, top 8 girls. Boys will be bowling match play as well as the girls. Match play means they'll bowl head-to-head. Winner of that match gets 30 bonus pins, and then everybody will bowl each other once. After 8 games of match play, they will cut to the top 4. Top 4 will advance to a stepladder final to determine the winner, and the winner will receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament plus up to $1,000 in travel expenses courtesy of Buffalo Lanes. So on the left-hand side of your screen, lanes 7 and 8 is going to be the TV pair for the boys. Lanes 9 and 10 will be the TV pair for the young ladies. There'll just be 2 bowlers on the pair. Again, they'll be bowling head-to-head, so we will have opportunities to talk and get to know a little bit about each of the bowlers as they are in their match. Excuse me, just a recap from yesterday. In your boys division, your leader after 8 games of qualifying yesterday was Cody McDaniel. He's at -46. Austin McElwain in second at -81. Brian McLeod third. Nick Sensoprano fourth. Matt Feltz fifth. Kyle May sixth. Lee Clevenger seventh. And Chris Arroyo rounds out the top 8 for the boys. In the girls tournament, Taylor Van Fleet is your leader coming into today. Erica Belcher is just behind her. And in third, Kaylin Belo. Fourth, Andrea Turlington. Fifth, Corey Smith. Emma Stahl sixth. Kendall Bigley seventh. And Hannah Williams is your 8th place qualifier. Pinfall from yesterday is dropped, so all of the bowlers are starting with a fresh slate today. So it's get the most pins you can. Let's try to beat your opponent and get those 30 bonus pins. So that way, after 8 games, you hope you're in the top 4. Again, top 4 will advance to a stepladder final. Today, they're going to bowl 4 games of match play, take a short 15-minute break, and bowl 4 more. I'd like to thank all of you at home for joining us today to watch live streaming coverage of Day 2 of the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament from Buffalo Lanes Cary. We are in Cary, North Carolina today, and today they are bowling on Beijing, one of the shorter patterns of the World 10-Pin Bowling Association patterns. So yesterday was in Buffalo Irwin, bowling on a medium pattern Athens. Today, a whole different look, whole different ball game as they are bowling on a short pattern. I'd like to thank the staff here at Buffalo Lanes Cary for hosting the tournament. And again, big thanks to Christy Helms and Melissa Morrow and Dan Moore, tournament directors, handling all the scoring and all the background work for the tournament. They'll be providing me with standings as the day progresses, so we can let you know where your favorite bowler is. If there's somebody that you're wondering when they're going to hit the TV pair, or if you're wondering where they are in the standings, remember you can always tweet us, and just tweet at Buffalo Lanes, all one word, at BUFFALOE LANES, and we'll be checking out our Twitter feed. Or you can always try to shoot us a message on Facebook. We'll try to monitor Facebook as well. But we appreciate you joining us this Sunday afternoon I know there's playoff football happening, but pop up, keep your laptop up and watch some football and watch some of the best boys and girls from the Buffaloe Lanes program compete for a chance to the National Junior Gold Tournament and up to $1,000 in travel expenses. Gerald Morrow, I'll be with you all day. A couple minutes left in practice, and then I'll be right back with you. Practice complete. And your number 1 and 2 seeds will be competing for the boys on lanes 7 and 8. That is Cody McDaniel and Austin McElwain. And then for your girls, it's going to be Taylor Van Fleet and Erica Belcher. It looks like McElwain is going to start for the boys. And he's the number 2 seed. So McElwain starts the match with an open. Belcher, far right hand side of your screen, will use the 6-10. McDaniel's first shot of the tournament. And that goes high. Belcher chops the spare as Taylor Van Fleet steps up. Van Fleet's first ball of the day. Outline's going left. McDaniel starts the match with an open as well. And Van Fleet with an open to start the day. Daniel, you're a leader. Sophomore at Franklin Academy. Second shot. And that's high flush. He's got a strike here in the second frame of match number 1. Taylor Van Fleet steps over to lane number 10, right-hand side of your screen. Van Fleet goes to Eastern Alamance High School as a senior. And she's got a strike there in the second frame of number one. Austin McElwain drops all 10 there in the second frame. McElwain, a sophomore in college. Graduated from Cary High School. Erica Belcher, junior at Leesville Road High School. Leaves the 1-3-6. McElwain bowling today. Big NFL fan. He was pulling for the Cowboys. McElwain in the third, looking to double up. Yeah, that ball just doesn't come off the spot. Belcher. And Belcher covers her spare. So a mark in the second frame of game number 1 for Erica Belcher. McElwain with an open in the third. So McElwain 2 opens through 3 frames. Both of the opens on the left lane. Erica Belcher, far right-hand side of your screen in the third frame. And she leads the 1-2-4. McDaniel up in the third, lane number 8. Looking to try to double up here against the number 2 seed, Austin McElwain. That one's a pinch high and leaves the 6-8. Belcher looking to cover up the spare, and she does just that. She covers up the 1-2-4. So back-to-back spares for Erica Belcher. McDaniel looking to try to cover up the 6-8. And he does just that. Big split conversion there for McDaniel early here in match number 1. Taylor Van Fleet steps up on lane number 9. Looking to try to double up. And that shot goes Brooklyn. She gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back jacks there for Taylor Van Fleet. McDaniel looking to capitalize on that split conversion. And he does just that with the strike there in the 4th. Taylor Van Fleet, far right-hand side of your screen, over on lane number 10. Looking to get her 3rd straight strike here in the 4th. And that one goes high, and she trips out the 4-pin late. So a strike for her, and that's a turkey for Taylor Van Fleet. Austin McElwain over on lane number 8. He drops all 10, high flush there. So McElwain seems to have the right lane on lock. Still struggling a little bit on the left lane. Erica Belcher over on lane number 9. That shot doesn't quite make it to the head pin and leaves the 1-2. McElwain's shot here in the 5th. That one comes in a little bit high, and he leaves the 3-pin. Erica Belcher covers up the spare. McElwain earlier this year had 2 300 games in a 4-game set and shot 1106 and shot 806 for the first 3. So a big night of bowling there for McElwain, where he has 2 300 games in one 4-game set. And McElwain covers up his spare as he kind of smiles sheepishly. Thought he had missed that one. Belcher leaves the 10-pin over on lane number 10. McDaniel up in the 5th, looking to try to double up. Belcher, far right-hand side of your screen, looking to cover up the 10-pin. McDaniel And that's flush. She gets all 10. So back-to-back jacks for McDaniel as Belcher misses her single pin in the 5th. So after 3 straight spares, Erica Belcher with an open there in the 5th. Taylor Van Fleet over on lane number 9, looking for 4 in a row. This one's left the target, and she leaves a 1-3-6. Daniel, far right-hand side of your screen. Excuse me, left-hand side of your screen. And a flush shot there. Leaves a stone 8-pin, stone 9-pin, excuse me. So a stone 9 for McDaniel. Van Fleet leaves 1-3-6. And an open for Van Fleet in the 5th. McDaniel to cover the 9. And he does just that. Van Fleet, far right-hand side of your screen. Her highest game ever is 279. Her shot in the 6th goes through the nose and almost gets the 10-pin to go. McElwain pulls that one left and leaves a 5-pin. So makeable spare for McElwain and Van Fleet. Van Fleet misses the spare. McElwain covers up the 5-pin. So McElwain, the spare there in the 6th. Erica Belcher up on lane number 9. 6 frame. Shot crosses over and she leaves the 5-10. So 5-10 for Erica Belcher. Austin in the 7th frame over on lane 7. And still a pinch high on that left lane, and he leaves the 6-10. Kind of looked like he pulled that one just a bit inside target. I'd like to thank everybody that's watching. We are broadcasting live streaming coverage. This is game number 1 of 8 games today. Belcher with an open there. McElwain looking to cover up the 6-10, and he does just that. Gerald Morrow, I'll be with you all day. Again, they're bowling 8 games of match play. Take the top 4 to a step ladder final to determine the winner. So McDaniel stepping up on lane 8 in the 7th, working on a spare in the 6th. Belcher far right-hand side of your screen. McDaniel first to go. And a late 7-pin, he gets it to go, and he's got a strike in the 7th. Belcher leaves the 1-2. Belcher looking to cover up the 1-2, and she is unable to convert. So 3 straight opens for Erica. McDaniel in the 8th. That one goes high on him. He leaves the 6-7. So McDaniel made the 6-8 earlier in the match, back in the 3rd frame. Now he's looking at the 6-7. Van Fleet steps up in the 7th over on lane number 9. Yellow shirt. Her shot's left the target, and she leaves the 3-9. McDaniel looking to try to convert the 6-7. And an open for McDaniel in the 8th. And Van Fleet with the spare there in the 7th. McElwain up in the 8th. And that's 10 in the pit. Rich Horsley, one of coaches, actually also coaches Austin McElwain. Needs some private lessons right off the hand. He's commenting about good pitch. So they were all in agreement there. That was a good shot there in the 8th. Taylor Van Fleet, far right-hand side of your lane. Shots off the mark. She leaves the 1-2-4. So McElwain, foundation frame, looking to try to double up. McDaniel had an open in the 8th. Austin hollers at that ball halfway down the lane to hook, and it just doesn't come off the spot. He leads the 2-4-5. Van Fleet looking to cover up the 1-2-4, right-hand side of your screen. And she does just that. So a spare for Van Fleet in the 8th. McElwain in the 9th looking to try to cover up. And unable to cover the 2-4-5, leaving the 5 pin. So an open for McElwain there in the 9th. Belcher, 8th frame, lane number 9. McDaniel steps up in the 9th after an open in the 8th. Big pitch here in the 9th. And he gets all 10 to go. So a big shot there in the foundation frame for Cody McDaniel, the number 1 seed coming into today. So max for McElwain is going to be 169. Good count here in the 10th, and McDaniel can lock out McElwain. Belcher in the 8th covers her spare. McDaniel. And he drops all 10, so McDaniel is going to defeat McElwain here in match number 1. It's about getting all the pins you can and winning your match. So you get 30 bonus pins for winning your match. Erica Belcher, far right-hand side of your lane, up in the foundation frame. And mixes them up, leaves a 4 pin. McDaniel. And he leaves a 7 pin as the messenger dances across. So again, McDaniel's locked out McElwain here in match number 1 of the day. So the number 1 seed taking down the number 2 seed to start off the day. Belcher in the 9th, unable to convert the spare. And McDaniel covers up the spare, so he's going to shoot 195. Plus he'll get the 30 bonus pins. As McElwain's looking to get up and throw all 3 here in the 10th. McElwain going to be on the right lane, his good lane on this pair. He's had that lane pretty much on lockdown during this match. Is Taylor Van Fleet in the 9th. And she kind of waits for that ball to get up. She leaves the 2-5. McElwain here, first ball to 10th. Finishing up match number 1. That one goes high, leaves a 3 pin. So a spare for Van Fleet and good count, and she can lock out Belcher. Belcher can max out at 147. Spare here for Van Fleet puts her at 144. So she just needs 4 or better in her fill shot. McElwain covers his spare. So it looks like Van Fleet, your number 1 seed with good count here. Oh, excuse me, she's actually in the 9th frame. Finished up the 9th and in the 10th. So pretty much good count in the 10th. And she will lock out Belcher. McElwain shot through the nose, gets all 10 to go. So he's going to shoot 159. Van Fleet drops all 10. So there's your winner in match number 1 for the girls. Your leader, Taylor Van Fleet's going to defeat Erica Belcher. She has locked her out with that strike there in the 10th. So McDaniel defeats McElwain 195 to 159. The number 1 seed defeating the number 2 seed here in match number 1 of the day. Over in the girls, Taylor Van Fleet's going to defeat Erica Belcher. So again, the number 1 seeds winning their first match of the day. No pinfall is carried over from yesterday. So Van Fleet's shot there goes high, and she leaves the 3 pin. Van Fleet covers a spare, so she is going to shoot 174. With 3 strikes in the 10th, Belcher can max out at 147. So again, Erica came in as the number 2 seed on the day. There's 1 strike. Her dad, one of the junior goal coaches, Rick Belcher, tells her, hey, come on, now you're ready to go next game. Kind of get her mindset straight as she finishes up match number 1 and gets prepared for match number 2. Bowlers will be jumping around different lanes, so we'll let you know who's coming up here in a moment. Belcher, second shot, comes in light. And she almost gets a backdoor strike there as she leaves just the head pin. Looks like Chris Arroyo is coming over to the TV pair for the boys. He was the number 8 seed coming into today. So final shot here of match number 1 on the TV pair for the girls. And that ball just doesn't get to the head pin. So Belcher is going to shoot 136. So again, recap, girls tournament. Taylor Van Fleet, the number 1 seed, defeats Erica Belcher 174 to 136. And the number 1 seed in the boys, Cody McDaniel, defeats Austin McElwain 195 to 159. So bowlers are going to move lanes. Again, it's not like yesterday. They don't go 1 pair to the right. They kind of jump around depending on who they're bowling. So that way bowlers do not stay on the same pair match to match. So if you're just tuning in, we've just completed game number 1 of match play. Got 7 more games to go. Again, we'll take the top 4. The top 4 will move on to to a step ladder final. Again, your TV pair, left-hand side of your screen, 7 and 8 for the boys. Right-hand side of your screen is going to be 9 and 10. That'll be your girls. And they're bowling head-to-head match play. So it's important to get as many pins as you can, but at the same time defeat your opponent for those 30 bonus pins. Remember that none of your points or pinfall from yesterday carry forward. So today all the bowlers start fresh. Waiting on a couple more matches to kind of switch up, and then we'll be able to get going. Looks like we're going to have Emma Stahl and Hannah Williams for the girls, and Kyle May and Chris Arroyo for the boys. Again, higher seed determines who starts or finishes the match in head-to-head competition. So it looks like Hannah Williams is going to step up first. And Hannah is the number 8 seed. And she's going to start the match for the girls. Her first shot's a bit off the mark. Against number 6 seed, Emma Stahl. For the boys, Kyle May is going to start. Kyle May, the 6th seed. Hannah Williams with an open to start off the match. And Hannah was the number 8 seed. Kyle May, the number 6 seed for the boys, looking to try to cover up the 2-4-7. Emma Stahl, far right-hand side of your screen. Start off match number 2. She's number 6 seed, and that shot's in the pocket a bit light, mixes them up, and she's got a strike. So Kyle May converted his spare as Chris Arroyo prepares to step up. And Arroyo drops all 10 there to start the match against Kyle May. Emma Stahl steps over to lane number 9, looking to try to double up to start her match. And that one's through the nose. So she leaves the 6-10. Stahl, a 13-year-old 8th grader at Durant Road Middle. Emma wants to be a pro bowler when she grows up, or a surgeon. She's not quite sure where she wants to go to school yet. She's got plenty of time to determine that as Chris Arroyo steps up. Stahl misses the spare. Arroyo trying to double up. That's well right of target. And a good break there for Chris as he leaves just the 1-2. Arroyo wants to be a pro bowler as well. Imagine that. A lot of these boys and girls want to be pro bowlers, and this is a good way to get started going up through the program and on into the national tournament, hoping for a chance to qualify for Junior Team USA. Hannah Williams, far right-hand side of your screen. Arroyo looking to cover up his spare. And Arroyo covers the spare. Williams, her shot goes through the nose, and she leaves the 2-7. Well, Kyle May about to step up over on lane number 7. Had a spare in the first frame. May is a sophomore at Millbrook High School. goes by the nickname of May Man as he gets all 10 to go right there in the second frame. Williams looking to cover up her spare and unable to convert, chopping the 7 off the 2-7. Hannah Williams wants to be a physician's assistant. And she enjoys playing tennis when she's not on the lanes. First, Kyle May over on lane 8. Looking to try to double up in the third frame. That ball doesn't come off the spot. It leaves to 1-3-6. It's Hannah Williams to the right of him, looking for her first mark here in game number 2. That's high, and she leaves the 2-4. Kyle May looking to cover up his spare, and he does just that. So spare strikes, spare start for Kyle May. Hannah Williams looking for her first mark of the game, and she gets that here in the third frame. So a rough start for the 8 seed, Hannah Williams, as she gets her first spare of the game. Chris Arroyo steps up far left-hand side of your screen. Emma Stahl far right-hand side of your screen. Both bowlers on the approach. Stahl first to go. Arroyo not far behind. And both shots off the mark. Arroyo leads the 5-pin, and Stahl leaves the 2-10. So Emma Stahl also enjoys watching football. Favorite teams are the Patriots and 49ers. Chris Arroyo enjoys bowling and playing video games as he covers up the 5-pin. Stahl looking to cover up the 2-10 and unable to convert, so an open for her in a third. So Stahl starts out strike, open, open. Arroyo starts out strike, spare, spare. Stahl in the 4th, and a pinch high leaves the 4-pin. Chris Arroyo just to the left of her. And that's flush. She gets a strike there in the 4th. So strike, spare, spare, strike start for Chris Arroyo. And Stahl covers her spare. So Emma Stahl strike, open, open, spare. Kyle May up in the 4th, left-hand side of your screen, lefty. And his shot comes in way light, and he leaves the 3-5-6. So the lefty bucket. Hannah Williams, far right-hand side of your screen, 4th frame. And she's got a strike as she drops all 10. So a good shot there by Hannah Williams. If you weren't with us yesterday, I mentioned that Hannah had a 300 game in high school bowling, which is probably about a few weeks ago, maybe about 3 weeks. And that was her first 300 game. Kyle May covers his spare, so May's clean through 4. His lone strike in the 2nd frame. Hannah Williams steps up on lane number 9. So Williams in the 5th, looking to try to double up. That ball looked to kind of read the lane a bit early, and she leaves the 4-7. Kyle May stepping up in the 5th. And that's flush. High flush in the pocket, so he's got a strike in the 5th. Williams looking to cover up the spare, and she does just that. So after back-to-back opens, Hannah Williams' spare strikes spare. That's through the 5th frame. And she takes a slight lead over Emma Stahl. Arroyo up in the 5th, looking to try to double up. Looks like he had some footing issues. That shot goes high, and he leaves the 4-7 as the 2's late to go. Stahl, far right-hand side of your screen, she leaves the 7-pin. So the 4-7 for Arroyo and the 7-pin for Stahl. Both makeable spares. Again, today they're bowling on Beijing, which is a short oil pattern, sport compliant. And Arroyo wasn't quite sure if he had that, but he does cover it up. Emma Stahl covers her spare in the 5th. So Arroyo steps up in the 6th on lane number 8, black shirt, almost directly in front of us. And a weak 7 there. It's a good pitch, just leaves a 7-pin. 4-pin doesn't come off the wall and take out the 7 as Emma Stahl to the right of him comes in a little bit light to the pocket. And she gets all 10 to go in the 6. Arroyo looking to cover up the 7-pin. And he does just that. Far right-hand side of your screen is Hannah Williams. Hannah up in the 6th. Struck last time up on this lane, and a bad break there as she gets to the pocket and leaves the 7-10. Ball just didn't have a real good roll and angle as it entered the pocket, which causes her to leave both corner pins here in the 6th. Kyle May, far left-hand side of your screen, yellow shirt, up in the 6th, looking to try to double up. And he does just that. So back-to-back jacks for May. Williams with an open in the 6th. Gives Emma Stahl a slight advantage. Emma is working on a strike in the 6th, so she's pretty much got a 10-pin advantage there. Hannah Williams up on lane number 9, and Kyle May up on lane number 8. Williams shot through the nose, leaves the 2-4-7. May, good pitch there, and he gets all 10 to go. So 3 in a row for Kyle May here against Chris Arroyo. May, the number 6 seed coming into the day. Arroyo resetting the rack on lane 7. Looks like 7 was dropping some pins. And more going down to correct the score. As Hannah Williams over on lane number 9 converts to spare. So again, Emma Stahl with a slight advantage here in the 7th frame. She steps up. Chris Arroyo is falling behind here in the match against Kyle May. Strikes 5th, 6th, and 7th frames. Emma Stahl, they strike there, goes back to back. Strikes 6th, 7th frames. She moves over to lane 9, by the 3 in a row. Arroyo steps over lane 7. 7th frame goes for the win, and he just leaves 5 minutes out of trouble there. Emma Stahl. Good pitch there by her, and she has a turkey. So 3 straight strikes for Emma Stahl as she takes a commanding lead against Hannah Williams. Arroyo covers his spare as Hannah Williams steps up. She goes Brooklyn, and a strike for her in the 8th frame of match number 2 on the day. Hannah Williams in the 9th, looking to try to double up, and that shot goes Brooklyn. She leaves a 5-pin. Apologize for any technical issues or disruptions we might have. Occasionally our bandwidth here at this location causes us to have some audio glitches and maybe some video glitches. If we have any problems, we will work on it and get it feed back up as soon as possible. If for some reason something happens when we lose the feed, you may have to go to youtube.com/Buffaloe Lanes and look for the new live event, as we'll create a new link and try to get the feed back up as soon as possible. Okay, you're in match number 2. Left-hand side of your screen, Kyle May. Right-hand side of your screen, Emma Stahl. May shot light. Stahl shot through the nose. Stahl leaves the 310. May leaves the lefty bucket with the with the sleeper. And again, Stahl probably about a 20-pin lead over Williams. And an open in the foundation frame will bring this match a little bit closer. Kyle May covers his spare. So a spare, for May in the 8th frame. Stahl, first to finish. Here she is in the 10th. And from the looks of that, she is going to lock out Hannah Williams. Even with the open in the 9th, she had a good lead there coming into that frame. So Williams can max out for 162. Kyle May up in the 9th. Foundation frame for May. And then like he kind of overthrew that shot and leaves the 1-3. Emma Stahl trying to cover up the 3-pin. And that puts her in the 170s. So Emma Stahl, your number 6 seed, is going to defeat your number 8 seed, Hannah Williams. Back over in the boys match. May up in the foundation frame. And he covers his spare. So it looks like May can max out for 211. A Royal up in the 9th. He's got to have this strike here. And he gets it. So Chris Arroyo stepping up here in the 10th, and if I do my math correctly, looks like he could potentially lock out Kyle May with all 3 strikes. Over in the girls' match, Emma Stahl shoots 178. And that's going to be enough to defeat Hannah Williams. Hannah finishing up 10th frame. Arroyo gets all 10 to go there. So back-to-back jacks for Chris Arroyo here in the 9th and 10th frames. Arroyo gets that one, so 3 in a row for Chris Arroyo. Over in the girls' match, Hannah Williams finishes with a 138. Again, your number 6 seed, Emma Stoll, defeats Hannah Williams, her number 8 seed, 178 to 138. Arroyo's final shot here. That one doesn't quite get to the head pin, so 6 count there for Chris Arroyo. And he is going to shoot 212. So, if my math is correct, that is just enough to lock out May. Again, it's a little tough to see the scores from where I am. And May gets the first one. So actually, Arroyo is not locked out May. May with that spare in the 9th and that strike there in the 10th. Is that 191 in the 9th? It's got to have this one. And he did not like it off his hand. So a spare here, and May will lose by 1. So Kyle May looking to try to cover up his spare. And he does just that. So Chris Arroyo, 8 seed, defeats Kyle May 212 to 211. So a good match there. Number 8 seed defeats the number 6 seed by 1 pin. Again, bowlers moving lanes. We'll see who's going to be the next match. Looks like Matt Feltz is coming over. Looks like Matt Feltz and Nixon Soprano coming over to the TV pair for the boys. For the girls, waiting to see who comes down. So if you're just joining us, match number 2 in the books. We're bowling 8 games of match play and then cutting the field to the top 4 for a stepladder final. Game 1, you saw the number 1 and number 2 seeds go head-to-head. Both number 1 seeds win their match. Cody McDaniel defeated Austin McElwain 195 to 159, and Taylor Van Fleet over Erica Belcher 174 to 136. Game 2, you just witnessed Chris Arroyo, the number 8 seed, defeat Kyle May, the number 6 seed, 212 to 211. And in the girls division, your number 6 seed, Emma Stoll, defeated Hannah Williams, your number 8 seed, 178 to 138. Waiting for a couple matches to finish up, and then we will begin the 3rd match of the day. For the boys, it looks like it's going to be Nick Soprano and Matt Feltz. Nick came into the day as your 4 seed. Matt came into today as your 5th seed. So over in the girls division, it's most likely going to be Andrea Turlington and Corey Smith. try to wait for everybody to finish before we start. So that way everybody can kind of finish close to the same time. So again, the bowlers are jumping around lanes based on who they're matched up against to try to avoid a bowler bowling 2 consecutive matches on the same pair of lanes. I'm Gerald Morrow. We're doing live streaming coverage of day number 2 from Buffaloe Lanes Cary. So it looks like Sin Soprano is going to start. So Sin Soprano is starting first. And he rings a 10-pin to start off match number 3. Good pitch there by Nick Sin Soprano. The hard throwing lefty from Buffaloe Lanes Cary. So this is his home house. But they are bowling on a World 10-pin sport compliant pattern. A short pattern called Beijing. And Sin Soprano covers a spare to start off the match against number 5 seed Matt Phelps. So Matt Phelps here, match number 3. Starts on the right lane for the boys. First pitch of the game. Doesn't quite get to the head pin. He leaves still 1-2-4. Waiting on the girls to come down to their TV pair. They're just a little bit behind the boys. And a spare there for Phelps. So both bowlers start match number 3 with the spare. Phelps steps over to the left lane, second frame. And a good pitch there. Gets the 10 and the 8 to go late. So a strike for Matt Phelps in the second frame here of game number 3. So Nick Sin Soprano steps up, rang a 7-pin in the first frame. Here he is in the second. And a bad break there as he pummels the pocket and leaves the dreaded 7-10. So a good pitch there by Nick Sin Soprano. Bad break as he leaves both the 7 and the 10. Had a messenger coming across, but it's unable to get the 7 or the 10 out. So a split for him. Sin Soprano covers one of them. So an open for him in the second. So Sin Soprano after an open there. Here he is in a third. And he drops all 10. So after a ring 7 and then a 7-10, Nick Sin Soprano drops all 10 in the third frame here of game number 3. Andrea Turlington looks like she's going to start for the girls. And her first pitch is left to target. She leaves to 1-3. Matt Phelps steps up, looking to try to double up here in the third. Like he had a little bit of a footing issue, and he's fortunate just to leave the 2-pin. Over on the girls, they're just getting into the match. Number 4 seed, Andrea Turlington, elected to start. She leaves the 1-3. And unable to convert the spare. So an open for her to start match number 3 against Corey Smith, the number 5 seed. Matt Phelps looking to cover up the 2. And he does just that as he exhales. He thought he had pulled that one a little too far to the left, but he was able to convert it. Corey Smith, far right-hand side of your screen, leaves the 7-pin here in the first frame of her third match of the day. So Smith, far right-hand side of your screen, looking to cover the spare. Phelps, left-hand side of your screen, his shot here in the 4th, and he drops all 10 there. So a strike for Matt Phelps in the 4th as Smith covers her spare in the 1st. So Phelps starts with a spare strike, working on a Dutch 200 through 4 frames. Corey Smith stepping up. First shot here in the 2nd frame goes high, and a big break there as she trips out the 610 light. So a strike for her in the 2nd frame. Nick Soprano shot goes through the nose, and he is not quite as lucky as Corey Smith was as he leaves the 410. We'll watch this shot here by Andrea Turlington in the 2nd frame. Her shot crosses over. She gets all 10 to go. Nixon Soprano looking to cover up the 410 and unable to convert, but a good attempt there. So quick update on where everybody stands. Again, pinfall dropped from yesterday. So after 2 games of match play, Corey Smith is currently in 2nd behind the leader, Taylor Van Fleet. Van Fleet and Smith both won their first 2 matches. So Taylor Van Fleet is at plus 26. Corey Smith is at minus 24. Nick Soprano drops all 10 there in the 5th after the open in the 4th. 3rd place currently in the girls division at minus 41 is Kendall Bigley. 4th is Emma Stahl. 5th, Erica Belcher. Hannah Williams in 6th. Kaylin Below in 7th. And Andrea Turlington in 8th. Again, winning your match gets you 30 bonus pins, so those are huge. Over in the boys division, Cody McDaniel still your leader through 2 games. He won his first match with a 195 and his second match with a 238. So he's at plus 93 through 2. Lee Clevenger in 2nd as he won both his opening matches. He's at plus 64. Nick Soprano's at plus 23, tied with Chris Arroyo. Kyle May in 5th. Austin McElwain 6th, Brian McLeod 7th, and Matt Phelps rounds out the boys division at minus 89 in 8th. So Corey Smith drops all 10, so back-to-back jacks for Corey Smith with strikes in the 2nd and 3rd frames. Matt Phelps has back-to-back strikes in the 4th and 5th frames. Matt Phelps, far left-hand side of your screen, looking for 3 in a row. And that was a pinch high, and he leaves just the 4-pin. And Smith with another strike there in the 4th. She's got a turkey, so spare, strike, strike, strike. Start for Corey Smith. Again, Smith in 2nd after 2 games of match play. Phelps covers a spare there in the 6th. So Feltz is clean through 6 frames. And Matt Feltz comes into this match. He is currently in 8th, looking to try to get his first win of the day in match play. Feltz started with a 147 and a 164. Soprano up in the 6th. Seemed to be struggling on this right lane as he had a 710 and then a 410. And this one goes a bit high again, and he leaves the 610, so a makeable spare this time for Soprano on the right lane.
Huh?
Soprano covers up the spare. Andrea Turlington over far right-hand side of your screen. She's over on lane number 10. She had a open strike, open start. Here she is in the 4th. And her shot crosses over and leaves the 3-9. Soprano left-hand side of your screen. And he drops all 10 there in the 7th. So Soprano seems to have the left lane on lockdown, but the right lane still giving him some fits. As Matt Feltz steps up in the 7th on the right lane. Feltz with a slight advantage over Soprano coming into the 7th. Turlington looking to cover up the 3-9, and she's unable to convert. Matt's shot just a bit off the mark, leaves the 1-2. Turlington, a senior at Triton High School, wants to go to Campbell University and become a pharmacist. Matt Feltz steps up looking to cover his spare. He's in his 2nd year at App State. So came back home to bowl the tournament this weekend as he covers his spare there in the 7th. So Feltz wants to be an accountant if he doesn't make it to be a pro bowler. Andrea Turlington steps up in the 5th, looking to cover up the 1-2-4, and she does just that. Feltz in the 8th frame, over on lane 7. Corey Smith in the 5th. Feltz crosses over, drops all 10. Smith with 3 in a row, looking to drop a ham bone on us here in the 5th frame. And a pinch high, just leaves the 4-pin. Corey Smith currently goes to North Carolina A&T. She's a freshman, participates in bowls on the bowling team for A&T. Wants to be a veterinarian when she grows up. And her favorite hobby right now is sleeping. Soprano up in the 8th, over on lane 8. And unable to get that one to the head pin and leaves the 1-3. So still struggling with the right lane there. Smith looking to cover up the 4-pin, and she is able to convert. So spare for Corey Smith. Corey Smith actually made 2 cuts last year in Buffalo at the National Junior Gold Tournament. So our highest finisher last year between all of our Buffalo Lanes bowlers was Corey Smith, as she made 2 cuts. Soprano converts the spare in the 8th. He steps back over to his good lane. Corey Smith, her shot crosses over and she rolls the 9 late. So a strike for her in the 6th. Again, a battle between the number 4 and 5 seeds coming into today. Soprano, his good lane in the foundation frame. And he pulls that one on his good lane and leaves the 2-7. Turlington, far right-hand side of your screen, in the 6th. That shot comes in light. And an open in the foundation frame for the number 4 seed, Nixon Soprano. So since Soprano can only max out now for 170, Turlington over in the girls division with an open there in the 6th. Corey Smith has a commanding lead in that match. So a strike here in the foundation frame for Matt Phelps. He gets a strike here. He could block out Sin Soprano. Turlington shot off the mark and leaves the 1-2-9. Matt Phelps in the 9th. And shot comes in and deflects and leaves the 5-pin. So a decent pitch there by Matt Phelps. The ball kind of lost traction as it came through the pins and deflects, so he leaves the 5-pin. Very makeable spare. Turlington unable to convert, so an open for her in the 7th. Phelps looking to cover up the spare here in the 9th. And he does just that. So with that spare, that's going to give Matt Phelps the win. So the number 5 seed, Matt Phelps, is going to defeat the number 4 seed, Nixon Soprano. So Matt Phelps just trying to get all the pins he can here, but he is already locked out Nixon Soprano before we even roll a ball in the 10th. Over in the girls division, Corey Smith again with a commanding lead over Andrea Turlington. So the number 5 seed with a commanding lead in the 7th frame over the number 4 seed. And an open for Corey Smith. Phelps goes Brooklyn and drops all 10. So Smith with an open there in the 7th. He's got a 40-pin lead over Turlington. Her shot here in the 8th. And that goes through the nose, and she leaves the 3-9-10. Matt Phelps. Second shot here in the 10th, and he drops all 10. This time on the correct pocket. So back-to-back jacks here in the 10th for Phelps. Again, Matt's defeating Nixon Soprano here in the 3rd match of the day. Smith looking to cover up the spare and covers the 3-9, leaving the 10. So back-to-back opens for Corey Smith. Again, with a commanding lead, even with back-to-back opens. Phelps shot off the mark in his fill ball. So Matt Phelps is going to shoot 214. So 214 for Matt Phelps. Plus he gets his 30 bonus pins. That's pretty much like shooting 244. Sin Soprano trying to get back on track. Goes Brooklyn, gets all 10 to go. Turlington with an open in the 8th. Sin Soprano. Pretty good pitch there, but it just doesn't come off the mark. So he's going to make a ball change here, and it's Phil's shot to just kind of get light up for his 4th match of the day. Turlington leaves the 2-7-8. I'd like to thank everybody that's joining us. We're in the final frames here of match number 3 on the day. Again, bowling 8 games of match play, and then we'll cut to the top 4. Sin Soprano with his Phil shot, trying to test out a new or different ball to see if he has a better ball reaction. Turlington covers her spare. So your number 5 seed, Matt Feltz, coming into the day, defeats Nick Soprano, your number 4 seed, 214 to 158. Over in the girls' division, Corey Smith has Andrea Turlington locked out. So Smith is going to defeat the number 4 seed, Andrea Turlington. Corey Smith up in the 9th. After back-to-back open, she's looking to get back on track, and she does just that by dropping all 10 there in the 9th frame of match number 3. So one more match, and we will take a short 15-minute break. And then we'll conclude the 8 games of match play. Corey Smith here in the 10th. Smith, 10th frame, covers her spare. Corey Smith's final shot here of match number 3. That goes Brooklyn, and she leaves a 5-pin. So Smith is going to shoot 190, 193. Again, a little tough to see scoring monitors back from the camera position. Andrea Turlington finishing up the 10th frame here. And she drops all 10. So again, Smith was in 2nd coming into her match there against Andrea Turlington. So she has won 3 straight matches on the day. So every win gets the bowler 30 bonus pins. So that would be 90 bonus pins. She is, she was behind Taylor Van Fleet. Van Fleet had won her first 2 matches, and I am not sure what she shot or if she won her 3rd match on the day. Again, the boys are bowling on 1 through 8. Girls are to the right, 9 through 16. So Turlington there with an open finishes up her 3rd match, and she is going to shoot 121. So again, Corey Smith defeats Andrea Turlington 193 to 121. And in the boys match, it was number 5 seed Matt Feltz defeating Nixon Soprano, number 4 seed, 214 to 158. Oh, just waiting on a few bowlers to finish up. And then we'll begin the 4th game of match play. And after the 4th game, we'll take a short 15-minute break, give the bowlers a chance to grab a drink, maybe a snack, go to the bathroom, and come back and finish up their last 4 games of match play. Total of 8 games of match play on the day. After that, we'll cut to the top 4. Top 4 will bowl a stepladder final to determine the winner. Winner will receive a entry to the National Junior Gold Tournament this year in Chicago, plus up to $1,000 in travel expenses, courtesy of Buffaloe Lanes. Looks like coming over to the boys pair. Looks like we're going to have Brian McLeod. So it looks like it's going to be Brian McLeod and Kyle May. McLeod, the number 3 seed coming into today, and May, the number 6. And in the girls division, it looks like it's going to be Kaylin Belo and Emma Stahl. May elects to start for the boys. And May starts off match number 4, dropping all 10 pins. May actually started on the wrong lane. So May covers a spare. And Caitlin Below, excuse me, is going to start. Brian McLeod misses that one out to the right. Below looking to cover up the 10 pin. Caitlin came into today as the number 3 seed. And Emma Stahl comes into today as the number 6 seed. So a little confusion with the score here in game number 4 between number 3 seed Brian McLeod and Kyle May, number 6 seed. Emma Stahl, far right-hand side of your screen, looking to try to cover up the 3-10 baby split, and she does just that in the second frame. Brian McLeod starts off with a 4-pin. And McLeod covers his spare, Caitlin Below. And Emma Stahl in match number 4. Below stepping up in the third, looking to try to double up. And she leaves the 1-2-4. Brian McLeod bowls out of Buffalo Lanes Irwin. Wants to go to college at Duke University. And like a lot of these other kids, wants to be a pro bowler. His shot crosses over and he leaves the 3-pin. He is a freshman at Triton High School down in Harnett County. Kaylin Below over on lane 10 covers up the 1-2-4. So a spare for Below, who's a junior at Inlow High School in Raleigh, North Carolina. Wants to go to NC State when she grows up. Emma Stahl going to step up, but first, Brian McLeod with the spare there in the second. Emma Stahl, you might remember her as she defeated Hannah Williams back in match number 2 on the TV pair, 178 to 138. Her shot here in the third goes high, and she leaves the 6-10. Stahl and May both on the approach. Stahl looking to cover the spare. She does that. Kyle May's shot comes in a bit high and leaves the 6-7. Again, you're in match number 4 of 8 games of match play. So standings through 3 games. Taylor Van Fleet has won all 3 of her matches. She's still in first at plus 15. Corey Smith won all of her 3 matches, and she is at -1 in second. Emma Stahl is in third. She's at -48. Kendall Bigley in fourth. Erica Belcher fifth. Hannah Williams sixth. Kaylin Below seventh. And Andrea Turlington rounding out the girls division. Again, winning your matches is important. Emma Stahl won her last 2 matches. Here she is in the 4th match of the day with an open there in the 4th. In the boys division, Kyle May stepping up. He's currently in third, as he's won 2 of 3 matches on the day so far. His pitch here in the 3rd. That shot rolls high, and he gets a good break there as it gets all 10 to go. Below, her shot crosses over, and she leaves the 6-pin. So in the boys division, Cody McDaniel is still undefeated on the day. 3 straight wins for him, and he's in the lead at plus 104. Blake Clevenger in second. He's won 2 of 3 matches. He's at plus 4. In third place is Kyle May. He's won 2 of 3. He's at plus 3. Chris Royal in fourth at -6. Nick Sensoprano fifth. He's 1 of 3 on the day at -19. Brian McLeod in sixth at -28. He's won 1 of 3 matches. Austin McElwain's also won 1 and lost 2. He is at -34, and Matt Phelps at -45. And again, he's lost 2 matches and won 1. 30 bonus spins for each win in match play. So a good game plus bonus spins, and bowlers can jump up fairly quickly. Kaylin Below up in the 5th leaves the 610. Brian McLeod, here he is in the 4th over on lane number 8. And playing a big angle on this short oil pattern. And he leaves the 5-pin. Below with an open there. McLeod, when he's not bowling, enjoys playing his PS3, and he covers up the spare there in the 4th. Emma Stahl, shot goes through the nose, and she leaves the 610. So the match between Kaylin and Emma, pretty much neck and neck. And Emma Stahl covers her spare there. Kyle May up in the 4th, looking to try to double up. When he's not bowling, he enjoys playing basketball, golf, and is a good soccer player. Wants to be an architect when he grows up. His shot here in the 4th just hangs outside of the head pin in the pocket, and he leaves the 1-3. Emma Stahl, far right-hand side of your screen, steps up in the 6th. And that goes through the nose. She leaves the 3-9-10. May looking to cover up his spare, and he does just that in the 4th. So Kyle May, your number 6 seed, covering his spare in the 4th frame. Emma Stahl, the number 6 seed, with an open there in the 6th. May in the 5th frame. Kind of threw that one through the break point, so he's got a Second shot coming. And Kaylin Buffaloe, it's a good mix there as she only leaves the 1-5. Kyle May is looking at the 1-3-6-9. May goes by Mayman as one of his nicknames. Unable to convert the spare, so an open for him in the 5th. Buffaloe not able to convert the 1-5, so an open for her in the 6th. And so a 6-pin advantage to Emma Stahl after 6 frames. Over in the boys match, Brian McLeod stepping up in the 5th. And he's got a little advantage over Kyle May. Looks like it's about 6-7 pins. But a bad break there as his ball just doesn't make the turn and he leaves the 1-2-8-10. So a tough but makeable spare here in the 5th for Brian McLeod, who's currently in 6th. And he covers 3, so an open for him in the 5th. Emma Stahl stepping up in the 7th. Or an open in the 6th, her shot here in the 7th. And a good pitch there, just a pinch high, but she gets the 4-7 to go late. So again, girls match. Stahl with a 6-pin advantage. Brian shot comes in a bit high and leaves the 4-pin. So a 12-pin advantage over Cloud. Stahl leaves the 5-pin in the 8th. Over on lane number 10. McLeod, the 4th frame. Excuse me, in the 6th frame, we're going to cover the 4th pin. And he does just that. Again, your leader in the girls' division is Taylor Van Fleet. She's at +15. And your leader in the boys' division is Cody McDaniel at +104. Stahl covers her spare, and Kyle May's shot goes Brooklyn, and he leaves a 7-pin. So Stahl with the spare there in the 8th frame. Buffaloe stepping up in the 8th, looking to try to double up. And her shot doesn't get to the head pin, and she leaves the 1-2-4. Kyle May in the 6th covers the 7-pin, so he's got a spare there. And that match tightens up. We've got a 2-pin, actually a 10-pin still advantage to McLeod. Buffaloe. Buffaloe stepping up in the 9th foundation frame. And a good pitch there. She rings the 10-pin in the 9th. Kyle May up in the 7th. His shot comes in a bit light and leaves the 6th. Again, we're in match number 4 of the day. Bowlers will bowl 8 games of match play. And then we will cut to the top 4 bowlers, which will bowl a step ladder final. Kaylin Buffaloe covers her spare. Kyle May looking to cover up the 6th pin. And he covers that spare. So a spare for him in the 7th frame. Emma Stahl in the 9th. That shot crosses over. She leaves the 1-3-6. McLeod up in the 7th. Looking to try to extend his lead, and that one crosses over. He leaves a 5-pin. So a 5-pin for Brian McLeod. Emma Stahl chops the 3-6 off the 1-3-6, so an open for her. And that match takes a swing. And now Kaylin Buffaloe with a slight advantage as she had a spare in the 9th, so that's going to put her up by about 3 sticks going into the 10th. Emma Stahl first to finish. Here's first pitch of the 10th frame. And that one's a pinch high. She leaves the 4-pin. Brian McLeod steps up on lane 8 in the 8th. And he made a ball change a few frames ago and straightened his ankles, and he gets all 10 to go there in the 8th. So McLeod, your number 3 seed with the lead over Kyle May, the number 6 seed. Emma Stahl converts the spare there in the 10th. And May drops all 10 there in the 8th. Stoll, last pitch here of match number 4, crosses over, and she's going to shoot 144. So Buffaloe has got a chance to win this match here in the 10th. May, first pitch here in the 9th frame, and he gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back jacks for Kyle May as he tightens the match up going into the 10th frame. Brian McLeod looking to try to double up and maintain his lead. His shot here in the 9th, left lane. That one's left to target. And good count there just to leave the head pin. Kaylin Buffaloe converts the spare. So she needs a strike here in her fill shot to defeat Emma Stahl. So Kaylin Buffaloe needs all 10 in her fill shot to defeat Emma Stahl by 1. Brian McLeod with an open there in the 9th. That's going to hurt him. Buffaloe and unable to, and we've got a tie match. So bowlers will split the 30 bonus pins. So McLeod to finish first for the boys. And he drops all 10. So he can max out for 179. May can max out for 199. So McLeod, shot goes through the nose. He leaves a baby split, 310. So pretty much barring disaster in the 10th, it looks like Kyle May is going to defeat Brian McLeod. And McLeod unable to convert the spare, so he's going to shoot 168. May working on a double coming into the 10th. And a strike there, so 3 in a row. That pretty much locks it up there for Kyle May. Just need good count here. And we'll take care of this match. Over in the girls' match, Kaylin Buffaloe and Emma Stahl both shoot 144. So again, they will split the 30 bonus pins, so each of them will get 15. May, second shot in the 10th. That's right a target, crosses over, leaves the 5-pin. And that is more than plenty. Again, he just needed good count there on that shot to defeat the number 3 seed, Brian McLeod. So bowlers are going to have a short break in between this, the 4th match, and their 5th match to run to the restroom and grab something to eat and something to drink, and then they will jump back on the lanes and finish the last 4 games of competition, and May covers that up. So May is going to shoot 188. So Kyle May is your winner over number 3, Brian McLeod, 188 to 168. And over in the girls division, Kaylin Buffaloe and Emma Stahl tie at 144. So 4 matches in the books. Come back and bowl 4 more matches, cut to the top 4 for a stepladder final. So we are going to leave the live feed up and kill the audio for a little bit and take a break. And we'll be back with you in 15 minutes. So join us again at 2:30. 2:30 at the bottom of the hour. We will let the bowlers throw a few practice shots probably and get back to the action and begin match number 5 of the 8 games of match play. Again, coming in the match number 4, your leaders were Taylor Van Fleet in the girls and Cody McDaniel in the boys. I'm Gerald Morrow. I'll be back with you for games 5, 6, 7, and 8 in the stepladder finals. Back at 2:30. 2:30, about 15 minutes from now. So join us back then, and we will pick up the second half of the competition and take you down the home stretch to see who's the winner. And we'll receive up to $1,000 in travel expenses courtesy of Buffaloe Lanes. Again, I'm Gerald Morrow. Thank you for joining us for our live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes Cary. And join us at the bottom of the hour, 2:30, and we'll pick up and go straight through to the end of the day. And we'll crown a winner in the boys and girls tournaments. All right, everybody, welcome back. It's bottom of the hour. Bowlers are moving to their next pair of lanes. They're going to get two shots, and they will begin game 5 of competition. So again, bowlers moving over to their starting pair for game number 5. They'll get 2 shots and will begin their competition. So it looks like for match number 5, we're going to have Cody McDaniel and Lee Clevenger for the boys, and Kendall Bigley and Taylor Van Fleet for the girls. The bowlers are taking their warm-up shots, and then we'll begin match number 5 of the day. Bowlers finishing up their practices, resetting the machines, and we will be ready to begin match number 5 on the day.
Please follow your arrows.
So Lee Clevenger going to start. Lee came into today as the number 7 seed. Over in the girls, looks like Taylor Van Fleet, your leader, is going to start. Clevenger crosses over and leaves the 5-pin. Van Fleet's shot crosses over, and she's got a strike there. And Clevenger covers his spare to start off match number 5. Kendall Bigley, far right-hand side of your screen. Her first ball of match number 5 goes across the head pin, and she leaves the 1-3-6-9. Cody McDaniel, far left-hand side of your screen, and comes in the pocket, mixes them up, but leaves the 7 pin. So Bigley with an open to start off match number 5 against the number 1 seed. McDaniel, the number 1 seed and currently your leader, covers up the spare there in the first. Kendall Bigley steps over to lane number 9. Her shot here in the second. Kendall's a 14-year-old 8th grader at Westlake Middle School. And McDaniel shot light, and he leaves the 6. Bigley looking to cover up the 6. And Bigley with the spare there in the second frame of match number 5. And he covers the spare, so back-to-back single pin spares for McDaniel. Van Fleet wants to be an artist when she grows up, undecided about where she wants to go to college. Her second shot here in match number 2. And that ball never makes the corner. She leaves the 1-2-8. Clevenger, his shot goes Brooklyn here in the second frame over on lane number 7, and he leaves the 5 pin. Clevenger recovers the spare, so single pin spares all around in the boys' match through the first 2 frames, and Taylor Van Fleet with an open there in the second frame. Clevenger. Shot crosses over, and he leaves a 9 pin. Van Fleet in the third. Shot's a pinch high. She leaves the 4 pin. Clevenger looking to cover up the 9. And he does just that. Van Fleet looking to cover up the 4, and she does just that. Daniel. Shot off the mark. He leaves the 3-7. Van Fleet covers the spare as Kendall Bigley, your number 7 seed coming into today, steps up. And she leaves the 3 pin. Daniel's still struggling with ball reaction here in match number 5 as he leaves a 7-pin. Kendall Bigley steps up to the right of him over on lane number 9 and mixes them up, but she leaves a 7. Clevenger up in the 4th frame, looking to cover up the 10-pin. Van Fleet working on a strike in the 4th, her shot here in the 5th. Clevenger covers his spare. Van Fleet back-to-back jacks there with strikes in the 4th and 5th frames. Clevenger moves over to the right lane in the 5th frame. 4 straight single pin spares. And that goes through the nose. Leaves the 6-pin. Clevenger 5 straight single pin spares here in the 5th match of the day. McDaniel steps up in the 5th. And he gets all 10 to go. So first strike of the match here by Cody McDaniel in the 5th frame. Kendall Bigley working on the strike. As she pulls that one left to target over in the 6th frame for the ladies. And McDaniel with back-to-back jacks strikes in the 5th and 6th frames. Bigley in the 6th trying to cover her spare. And unable to convert the spare, so an open for Kendall Bigley in the 6th. Lee Clevenger, 6th frame. That ball just never makes the corner, and he leaves the 1-2-4-10. Clevenger. Unable to convert the spare, so Clevenger with an open there in the 6th. Makes this match a little bit tighter after McDaniel had a double in the 5th and 6th frames. Taylor Van Fleet with 3 straight strikes, 4th, 5th, and 6th frames. And Clevenger, his first strike of the match, comes in the 7th frame. The number 7 seed coming into today, Lee Clevenger, posts his first strike here in the 5th match in the 7th frame. As Van Fleet, 3 in a row, up on lane number 9. And that one goes high. She leaves the 4-7-9. McDaniel looking for 3 in a row. And he pulls that one right. It leaves the 4-pin. So makeable spare for McDaniel. McDaniel with a slight advantage here in the match. Van Fleet just gets the 7 out of the 4-7-9, so it opened for her in the 7th. And McDaniel covers the spare. Kendall Bigley, far right-hand side of your screen, up in the 7th after an open in the 6th. Her shot left the target. She leaves the 1-3. McDaniel, 8th frame, lane 8. And he kind of was waving it towards the pocket, and it never made the corner. So he's got a tough spare conversion here as he leaves the 3-6-7-9. Bigley looking to convert this spare to try to get back into the match with Van Fleet, and she does just that. So Van Fleet looks like she's got about a 20-pin lead, and McDaniel with an open there. So Bigley. First, Clevenger. His ball never gets up to the head pin. And Bigley crosses over, and she leaves the 1-3-8. Clevenger leaves the 1-2-4-8. So converting a spare will give Clevenger the advantage in the match, and Bigley converts her spare. So Van Fleet's lead shrinks to 5. As Van Fleet had an open in the 7th. Clevenger has a slight lead over McDaniel after converting that spare, and McDaniel had the open in the 8th. Clevenger shots off the mark. Van Fleet shots off the mark as well, and Van Fleet leaves the 3-6-10. Clevenger leaves the 1-2-4. So both bowlers have multi-pin spares they're looking to try to convert. Clevenger, foundation frame, looking to convert this spare, and he does just that. So Clevenger can go sheet for a 188. Van Fleet unable to convert her spare as she moves over to lane 9 in the 9th. McDaniel's shot here in the 9th, and he gets all 10 to go. So a big shot there for McDaniel. And Van Fleet drops all 10 in the 9th. McDaniel can go sheet for 198. Looks like Clevenger can go sheet for 188. McDaniel. And a big shot there, and he knew it, so he doubles up. Bigley stepping up over on lane 10 in the 9th, working on a spare. And she drops all 10 in the 9th. So Bigley can go sheet for 181. And McDaniel gets the 7-pin to go late there. So good count here by McDaniel, and he should lock out Clevenger. Bigley, 10th frame. And Bigley's shot crosses over. Leaves the 5-pin. So McDaniel looking to try to close out match number 5 with 4 straight strikes. So a ham bone for Cody McDaniel to finish out the match. And he shoots 198 and locks out Clevenger. Bigley looking to cover up the 5-pin. So Clevenger with the first one there. Bigley's going to shoot 149. And with good count from Van Fleet, she will defeat Kendall Bigley. Clevenger drops 10 more, and Van Fleet drops 10 as well. So both bowlers strike. Clevenger with the double in the 10th. That's a double for Taylor with strikes in the 9th and first ball there in the 10th. So both number 1 seeds defeat their opponents here in match number 5. And Clevenger comes in light there. So Clevenger is going to finish with 183. So McDaniel defeats Clevenger 198 to 183. Van Fleet is going to defeat Bigley Van Fleet covers a spare, so she's going to shoot 185. So Taylor Van Fleet's going to defeat Kendall Bigley 185 to 149. So we're moving on to match number 6. It looks like we've got Austin McElwain coming over to the TV pair. He was here for the first game of the day. It looks like Brian McLeod and Austin McElwain are going to match up, and it's going to be Erica Belcher and Kaylin Buffaloe. So Brian McLeod going to start it off. McLeod was the number 3 seed coming into today. Kaylin Buffaloe starts off her match against Erica Belcher with the strike. And Brian McLeod starts his match off against Austin McElwain with the strike as well. So Belcher answers the strike with the strike. She came into today as the number 2 seed. McElwain's shot comes in light as he shakes his head. Looked like he thought he threw that one well, just didn't get the ball reaction he was hoping for. And bowlers have to move after each game, even though they come back to this pair. He was here back in game number 1, so the lanes have transitioned. We had an opener for Boston to start off match number 6 of the day. Belcher looking to try to double up, and her shot goes to no. She loses 6-10 in the second frame match number 6. McElwain, second shot, and doesn't get to the head pin, and he leaves the 1-2-4. So Austin trying to get a read on the lanes here early in the match. So McElwain covers his spare, and Kaylin Buffaloe with the strike in second frame. So back-to-back jacks for Kaylin. McLeod looking to try to start off with the double, and his shot comes in way light, leaves the 2-pin. Buffaloe's shot in the third frame over on lane number 10. Doesn't make the turn and leaves the 1-2-4. McLeod covers the spare. Buffaloe covers hers as well. So Kaylin Buffaloe starts off with a double and a spare as Erica Belcher steps up in the third frame. She started with a strike and a spare. Erica Belcher's shot left the target. McLeod drops all 10 there in the third. So looking at the standings through 5 games, your leader in the girls division is Corey Smith. She is undefeated on the day in her matches. She is at plus 23. Taylor Van Fleet lost a match in game number 4, so she is 4-1 on the day. She is at plus 5. Kendall Bigley in third. Emma Stahl 4th. Kaylin Buffaloe 5th. Erica Belcher 6th. Hannah Williams 7th. Andrea Turlington is in 8th. In the boys division, Cody McDaniel still your leader. He is still undefeated through 5 matches on the day. He's at plus 165. Austin McElwain is in second behind him. Austin is 3-2 in match play today. He is at plus 44. Kyle May is in third at plus 4. Chris Arroyo 4th at minus 4. Nick Sensoprano 5th at minus 24. Brian McLeod 6th. Lee Clevenger 7th. And Matt Feltz rounds out the boys in 8th. Erica Belcher there in the 4th frame leaves the 1-2. McElwain covered his spare in the third as he is trying to get lined up here in match number 6 of the day. Belcher looking to cover her spare in the fourth. McElwain's shot here in the fourth. McElwain made a ball change, but still trying to find a good reaction. Belcher covers her spare. And Belcher's in 6th. She is 1 and 4 in match play on the day. Kaylin Below shot here in the fourth. Light in the pocket. And McElwain not happy with himself there. McElwain 3 and 2 on the day. Below is 2 and 1 tie on the day. But first, Brian McLeod. And his shot comes in light and leaves the 2-4. So McLeod is 2 and 3 on the day. Below with the spare there is still clean through 4. Of course, Below started with a double and now back-to-back spares. So she is 20 pins up on Belcher. McLeod with an open there in the fourth. And Below drops all 10 there in the fifth. And McLeod with a 21 pin lead over Austin through 4 frames. McLeod shot off the mark and leaves the 2-10. Belcher leaves the 1-2. So game 6, lanes look like they are going through another transition, starting to be a little tighter down lane. And bowlers are fighting with the ball reactions between the girls and the boys. Kaylin Below seems to be fairly locked in, but she tends to play the lanes pretty straight. McLeod with an open as he is unable to get either of those. So an open for him in the fifth. Belcher covers up the spare in the fifth. McElwain up in the fifth. McElwain with the bulk there. On a wait list here at Buffaloe Lanes Cary, and we've got announcements being made, so sometimes might distract the bowler. McElwain in the fifth. Here he goes again. And he found some hook there. One kind of jumped on him, and he leaves the 3-pin. Over on lane 10, Erica Belcher left the 1-3-8. McElwain looking to cover his spare, and he does just that. So a spare for McElwain in the fifth as he's trying to climb back into this match against Brian McLeod. Belcher covers her spare. So a big spare there for Erica Belcher as she's trying to hang on in her match against Kaylin Below. McElwain. Shot goes Brooklyn, leaves the 1-3-6. Below's shot crosses over as well, and she leaves the 5-pin. And McElwain covers the spare in the 6th. And Buffaloe with an open in the 6th. Allows that match to tighten up a little more. It looks like it's just about a 20-pin lead still for Buffaloe. McLeod, his shot goes through the nose, but he gets all 10 to go. So a strike for McLeod in the 6th. And Buffaloe, after an open in the 6th, gets all 10 to go there in the 7th. McElwain, 7th frame, looking to double up. Ball never makes the turn, and he leaves the 1-2-4 as Belcher steps up in the 7th. Her shot crosses over, and she leaves the 3-9. So in the girls' match, it's just under a 20-pin lead for Buffaloe. McLeod covers up the spare. And an open there for Erica in the 7th. McElwain. Still trying to find a good ball reaction here in game number 6. Leaves a 2-pin, so a makeable spare there in the 7th. He's about 13 sticks behind. Belcher in the 8th. McElwain covers his spare, just trying to hang in the match here and grind it out here in game number 6 against the number 3 seed coming into today, Brian McLeod. Belcher left the 1-3-6-8. So McElwain going to step up on lane 7 in the 8th frame here. And McElwain is obviously showing his frustration of trying to get lined up. Felt like he made a good ball change and threw a good shot and still doesn't get a good result. He's looking to try to cover up his spare to stay in the match. Belcher covered her spare in the 8th, and McElwain with the spare there. And McLeod drops all 10 there. So a big shot there for Brian McLeod in the match. It's going to put him about 15 or so pins ahead of McElwain. And Buffaloe in the 9th with the strike. That's 3 straight strikes for Kaylin Buffaloe. And that puts her in good position to finish up this match. And McLeod's shot, that left lane again doesn't want to quite make the corner. So he leaves the 2-8. Belcher shot in the pocket, ball deflects, and she had the 5-7 for a moment. 7 falls out and just left with the 5-pin. And McLeod covers his spare. But it looks like over in the girls' match, Kaylin Buffaloe is going to defeat Erica Belcher. McLeod with the spare in the foundation frame. So McElwain first to finish. He's going to step up in the 9th. And Belcher covers a spare. So a spare for Erica Belcher in the foundation frame. McElwain, 9th frame. Ball jumped on him and he leaves the 3-6. And McElwain covers his spare. Belcher leaves the 6-10 in the 10th, first ball to 10th. So pretty much Kaylin's just got to get good count. First ball of the 10th, and she will defeat Belcher. McElwain can go sheet. And he finally gets a strike. So McElwain, 2 more strikes, shoots 169. McLeod can go sheet for 186. McElwain didn't like that shot off his hand. And over in the girls' match, Erica Belcher is going to finish with a 161. McElwain with a backup ball there, showing some versatility, converts to spare, and he is going to shoot 159. And Buffaloe with that shot there will defeat Erica Belcher. And that should be enough for McLeod to defeat McElwain. Buffaloe covers her spare. That's going to put her into the 200s. McLeod covers the spare. So Buffaloe drops all 10, so she's going to shoot 212. Excuse me, 211 for Buffaloe. So number 3 seed coming into today, Kaylin Buffaloe defeats the number 2 seed, Erica Belcher, 211 to 161. And Brian McLeod, his fill shot there. And he had already locked out McElwain. He shoots 170. So Brian McLeod, the number 3 seed coming into today, defeats the number 2 seed, Austin McElwain, 170 to 159. So both times today on the TV pair, McElwain shoots 159. And both of the number 3 seeds defeat the number 2 seeds. Bowlers are moving, and they will start game number 7. So game number 7 about to get underway. Again, coming into game number 6, Corey Smith was your leader at plus 23, and Cody McDaniel, your leader, at plus 165. Both of your leaders were undefeated through 5 games, and we'll have the standings through 6 momentarily as Christy Helms and Melissa Morrow and Dan Moore working to gather the scores and put them in the system. Again, 8 games of match play, then we'll cut to the top 4. top 4 will bowl stepladder finals. Just wrapping up game number 6 and about to begin game number 7 in a little bit. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching the live streaming coverage of the Buffalo Lanes Junior Gold Tournament. This is day number 2 from Buffalo Lanes Cary. I'm Gerald Morrow, and I'll be with you all the way to the end. So you just saw on the TV pair, game number 6. Brian McLeod defeats Austin McElwain 170 to 159. And in the girls division, Kaylin Belo defeats Erica Belcher 211 to 161. Reminder that the winner of each of the matches receives 30 bonus pins. So 2 more matches before we cut to the top 4. 2 more matches until we cut to the top 4. Once we get to the top 4, we'll have stepladder finals. All right, bowlers finished up their 6th match, and now we've got some of the bowlers moving over to their next pair. Looks like it's going to be on the girls pair. It's going to be Andrea Turlington and Kendall Bigley. Bowlers taking a few extra minutes here in between game 6 and game 7. Looks like it's going to be Lee Clevenger and Nick Cinsoprano. Cinsoprano looks like he is going to start. And for the girls, it looks like Andrea Turlington's going to start. Cinsoprano's shot goes through the nose, and he's got a big split. Turlington's shot a little off the mark to start off match number 7. Andrea, the number 4 seed, was here back in game number 3. She shot 121, was defeated by Corey Smith. Cinsoprano was here back in game 3 as well, and he shot 158 and was defeated by Matt Feltz. Cinsoprano with an open to start off the match. So Turlington with an open to start off the girls' match as Clevenger steps up. Lee Clevenger, the number 7 seed coming into today. He was back here in game number 5. And his shot's high, and he trips out the 4-9, so a strike for him to start the match. Kendall Bigley for the ladies is about to step up on lane number 10. She was here back in game 5. She faced the number 1 seed and was defeated by Van Fleet 185 to 149. Bigley shot crosses over, and she leaves the 3-pin. Clevenger up in the second, trying to double up. And he trips the 4, so back-to-back jacks to start game number 7 for Lee Clevenger. Soprano goes high flush. So a strike for Nick Soprano. Kendall Bigley, after a spare in the first, her shot here in the second over on lane number 9. And a good pocket shot, and leaves a 8-pin. So a good shot there by Bigley. Soprano, after an open on this lane in the first, his shot here in the third. And that one doesn't make the corner. So his first shot went high over there, and he left the split and makes an adjustment, and that ball never faces up to the pocket, leaves the 1-3-6. Bigley covers the 8. So through 6 games, your leader now in the girls division is Corey Smith. She is 6-0 today on match play. She is 1 pin ahead of Taylor Van Fleet, who is 5-1 on the day for match play. Kendall Bigley in third. She covers her spare. Kaylin Below 4th. Emma Stahl 5th. Erica Belcher 6th. Hannah Williams 7th. And Andrea Turlington, who's up on lane number 10, rounds out the girls, and she drops all 10 there in the second frame of match number 7. Lee Clevenger, 3 straight strikes to start the 7th game. And Clevenger is currently in 6th place through 6 games. Cody McDaniel still your leader as he's undefeated on the day in match play. He's at plus 172. Chris Arroyo is 4-2 in match play. He's at plus 16. Austin McElwain in third. Kyle May 4th. Brian McLeod 5th. Lee Clevenger is in 6th, as he is looking for 4 straight here to start the match. Shot goes through the nose and leaves the 3-10. In 7th is Nick Soprano. He's at minus 54. Soprano is only 2-4 on the day in match play. So he is just behind Clevenger, and Matt Phelps rounds out the boys division. Clevenger with an open there in the 4th. Turlington looking to cover up her spare here in the 3rd and is unable to convert. So an open for her in the 1st, strike in the 2nd, and open in the 3rd. Soprano 4th frame. And the hard thrower gets pins going everywhere, and he gets all 10 to go as the 6th pin is taken out by a messenger. So Soprano looks like he's hunting his bowling equipment to make a ball change, as he is doing just that. So Soprano making a ball change here in the 5th. Bigley start match with 2 spares and a strike there in the 3rd. She moves over to lane 9 for the 4th frame. She's going to step up in the 4th. Bigley shot crosses over, and she leaves the 1-3-8. Soprano 5th frame. Ball change, gets a good break there as he taps the 6th pin late. So back-to-back jacks for Nick here in match number 7. Kendall Bigley looking to cover up her spare in the fourth. And she does just that. So Bigley clean through four. Again, Kendall Bigley currently in third on the day. And she is 4-2 in match play. Clevenger leaves the bucket 2-4-5. Turlington, fourth frame. Ball comes in way light, and she leaves the bucket plus the sleeper, the 2-4-5-8. Clevenger, fifth frame, covers up the bucket. Clevenger 3-3 on the day in match play. So those wins get 30 bonus pins every time a bowler wins their match. So wins are definitely big. Andrea Turlington looking to cover her spare and unable to convert, so an open for her in the fourth. Clevenger's shot crosses over, and he leaves the 3-pin. Turlington in the fifth, and her shot crosses over, and she leaves a 9-pin. Clevenger, spare in the sixth. Soprano looking to post 3 in a row here if he can strike in the sixth. Again, Turlington looking to try to cover up the spare in the 9-pin in the fifth. Soprano shot here in the sixth. That's off the mark. He leaves the 1-3-6-7. Turlington converted her spare. So Bigley with an advantage over in the girls' match. Bigley's up by like 21. Soprano unable to convert the washout. So an open for him in the sixth. Bigley leaves the 5-9. Soprano still behind in his match against Clevenger. And Soprano drops all 10 there in the seventh. So Soprano trying to claw his way back into the match with Clevenger. Bigley, far right-hand side of your screen, looking to cover the spare to keep her foot on the gas. And she does just that. Clevenger in the seventh. And didn't like that one off his hand. He leaves the 1-2-7. So Clevenger with a lead in the boys' match. Bigley with the lead over in the girls' match. Bigley in the sixth frame. And that shot never gets to the head pin. She leaves the 1-2-10. Clevenger looking to pick up the 1-2-7, and he does just that. So Clevenger trying to keep his foot on the gas here in match number 7. Bigley. An open there in the sixth. Clevenger goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go. So a strike for him in the 8th. And Soprano working on a strike in the 7th, steps up in the 8th. But first, Andrea Turlington up in the 6th over her far right-hand side of your screen. Her shot left of the head pin leaves the 1-3-6. Soprano. His shot crosses over and he drops all 10. So back-to-back jacks for the lefty, Nick Soprano. Soprano coming into this match is in 7th at -54. 4th place is currently at -6. And we're taking top 4. We've got this game and one more. Turlington covers her spare in the 6th. And Soprano, good flush shot there, and he's got 3 in a row. With that strike there in the foundation frame. A little fist pump from Dad. As he has got himself in good position here coming into the 10th. So Clevenger first to finish, but first just to the right of him is Andrea Turlington. Turlington behind in her match. In the pocket, comes in light, mixes them up, and she's left with the 7-pin. Clevenger looking to try to double up here. And he leaves a weak 10-pin. Turlington to cover her spare, and she does just that. So a spare for her in the 7th. Clevenger, no problem with the 10-pin. So a spare for him in the 9th. So Clevenger can punch out for a 212. And that shot crosses over. He gets all 10. So Clevenger can max out for 212. Kendall Bigley over on lane number 10, right-hand side of your screen in the 7th frame. Looking to try to convert the 1-3-6-9. And she does just that. She's got a good lead over there in her match against Turlington. And Clevenger, the 4-9 momentarily. 4 goes out late, just left with the 9-pin. So Soprano still with the chance as he's got 3 in a row coming into the 10th. And Bigley, bad break there as she leaves the 8-10. So 202 for Lee Clevenger. Soprano shot in the 10th off the mark. So he is not going to be able to defeat Clevenger. Soprano can only max out for a 188. He did that first hit there in the 10th. Turlington in the 8th. Leaves the 1-2-4. Soprano covers his spare. Lee Clevenger, the number 7 seed coming into today, is going to defeat the number 4 seed here in game number 7. Sensoprano is going to finish this match here with a 188. So Lee Clevenger defeats Nick Sensoprano 202 to 188. And the ladies are in the 9th frame. So it looks like Kendall Bigley had an open in the 8th, and Turlington stepping up in the 9th had a spare in the 8th. And Turlington shot off the mark. She leads to 1-2-4-8. So Turlington trying to get back in this match. She is down about 10. And a spare there for Turlington. So that puts her at basically 1 pin advantage with that spare in the 9th as Bigley steps up, depending on what Bigley does. Bigley shot here in the 9th. Crosses over, goes Brooklyn, so Bigley takes control of the match. He puts her up by much. Gonna be like, let's see. Looks like she's gonna be up by 18 with that strike in the 9th. All the boys' sheets are getting turned in, and they're going to stack them up for the 8th game. So they'll be bowling in position. Kendall Bigley with a strike there, first ball of the 10th. So back-to-back jacks for Kendall Bigley. So Bigley. Looks like she is going to lock out Turlington with good count here on the next 2 shots. So Turlington can go sheet for 161. And Bigley has locked her out with that shot right there. So Kendall Bigley, your number 7 seed, is going to defeat your number 4 seed, Andrea Turlington. It'll be a short break here in between game number 7 and game number 8 to put them in positions based on their current standings going into the final match. And Bigley finishes with a 178. Andrea Turlington going to come up and finish out her 10th frame. She can't catch Kendall. But again, every pin counts as they get ready to move into their 8th and final match before stepladder finals. And Turlington leaves the 2-7-10. Tough but makeable spare. It's pretty much the baby split on the left side with the 10 pin. So as long as she can get the ball to the left of the 2 pin, throw the 2 into the 10, ball take out the 7. And she gets 1. So an open for Turlington in the 10th. And she is going to shoot 136. So again, she is going to fall to Kendall Bigley, 178 to 136, and Lee Clevenger, your number 7 seed, defeats Nick Sensoprano, your number 4 seed, 202 to 188. Again, Christy Helms and Melissa Morrow are checking scores, and they're going to stack them up based on positions. So that way we can watch number 1 and 2 seeds go head-to-head here on the TV pairs. Give us about 10 minutes here, and we'll have those out here and get ready to get started. I'm Gerald Morrow, and thank you for joining us for our live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes Cary as we're about to begin the 8th and final match of match play before we cut to the top 4. So stick with us, probably less than 10 minutes. We'll get match number 8 started right here from Buffaloe Lanes Cary.
it become a second? Do you wait for the third and fourth goal, or not go first and second? Waiting for so two is like a smart. Well, I don't know. I'd rather be in two than four. Yeah, you only in first, but I'd rather be in two than I'd rather be in 3 and 4, so I mean not 2, so that they're tired. But yeah, I'm not tired of this. These are the be 5 and 6. You know, you could kill in a 5 and 6 because I start every time. I shot. Okay, so I went. Oh, they still sleep. Okay, but still sleep 5 and 6. Really? Okay, well, like, on mine, on 5 and 6, I go, and I missed
Your girls leader bowling on lane number 9, Corey Smith.
So getting the bowler set up. It's going to be Corey Smith on lane number 9 against Taylor Van Fleet. Corey Smith is currently your leader. Van Fleet currently in second.
Boys leader bowling on lane 8, Cody McDaniel.
So McDaniel's still your leader. Kyle May in second is bowling on lane 7. Melissa Morrow handing out the lane assignments and sheets. Christy Helms back at the computer, and Dan Moore handing me the standings. So your leader is Corey Smith. She is undefeated on the day in match play. She is at plus 35. Taylor Van Fleet's just behind her. Van Fleet is 6-1 on the day at plus 23. So they will be going head to head. Kendall Bigley in third. Kaylin Below fourth. Emma Stahl fifth. Erica Belcher sixth. Hannah Williams seventh. Andrea Turlington is eighth. In the boys division, it's Cody McDaniel, your leader. He lost his first match of the day in game number 7, but he is still in first at plus 187. Kyle May in second. He is at plus 66. Chris Arroyo third. Lee Clevenger fourth. Austin McElwain fifth. Brian McLeod sixth. Nick Sensoprano seventh. And Matt Feltz eighth. Again, top 4 will advance to the step ladder. So the 8th and final game before we have another cut. Currently your cut in the boys division is minus 10. Below is the cut in the girls division at minus 218. So Smith and Taylor Van Fleet. So Kyle May to start. So Taylor Van Fleet strikes the 8th and final game of match play with a strike. And Kyle May starts with a split, the 6-8. May looking to cover up the 6-8. And an open for Kyle May to start off match number 8. Kyle came into the day in 6th. Corey Smith drops all 10, so a strike for Smith as she answers Van Fleet's strike. Cody Mack leaves a 6-pin. So coming into today, Taylor Van Fleet was your leader. Corey Smith, who's up on number 10, is the number 5 seed. She has climbed up to second place here after 7 matches. She doubles up there with the strike. Cody McDaniel was your leader today. And Kyle May was 6 coming into today's match play. And May climbs all the way to the number 2 spot. As May went 4 and 3 in match play. Daniel shot off the mark there, and he leaves the 1-2-9-7-9, excuse me. And Van Fleet leaves the 1-3-6. So again, Van Fleet in second coming into this match. She is just behind Corey Smith by 12 sticks. So Van Fleet with an open there in the second. Daniel trying to cover up and unable to get any count there in the second. Kyle May currently in second, steps up in the second frame of 8th match of the day, and that goes through the nose. Van Fleet over on the right-hand side of your screen. Her shot comes in light. She leaves the bucket plus a sleeper. So bowlers trying to jockey to get into the top 4. You're watching the number 1 and 2 seeds currently through 7 games for the boys and the girls. Van Fleet and May both go at the same time and both unable to convert their spares. So opens for Van Fleet in the third and a open for May in the second. May starts the match back-to-back opens. Corey Smith steps up in the third over on lane 9. She's got a double to start off this match. Her shot's light. She leaves the 2-pin. Smith took advantage of those 30 bonus pins as she is undefeated on the day through 7 matches. May steps up in the third looking for his first mark here in 8th game. And that shot's off the mark. Leaves the 1-3-6-7. Smith looking to cover up the 2-pin. And she does just that. So strike, spare for Smith here to start off the final match in match play. May looking to cover up the 1-3-6-7, and he does just that. So he covers up a tough spare for his first mark here in the third frame of game number 8. Smith to strike in the fourth. McDaniel's shot here in the third. Now that's high flush. He's got a 10-pin party in the pit there in the third frame. Van Fleet started with a strike in the first, open, and here she is in the fourth. Shots left the target. She leaves the 1-3-9. So Daniel was here back in game number 1, shot 195. Game number 5, he shot 198. And here he is in game number 8. That one comes in light, leaves the 3-7. Van Fleet, game 1, shoots 174 on this pair. Game 5 shoots 185, and here she is, fourth frame, looking to try to cover the spare and unable to get any pins there in the fourth. So 3 straight opens by Taylor Van Fleet. McDaniel gives it a run, but an open for him there in the fourth. And Van Fleet with a good pitch there and rings a 10 pin. Van Fleet in the fifth. Looking to cover up the 10 pin. And unable to convert, so 4 straight opens for Taylor Van Fleet here in match number 8. Kyle May, his shot's a pinch high, but he gets all 10 to go in the fourth. Corey Smith stepping up in the fifth, looking to try to double up. Her shot comes in way light. She leads to 5-7. May in the fifth. And May mixes them up for a strike. So he's got back-to-back jacks there in the fourth and fifth frames. Smith unable to convert the 5-7. McDaniel, fifth frame, his shot through the nose, and he leaves the 4-7-8. McDaniel comes into this match after his first loss of the day in game number 7. He still shot .215, but he was defeated in game number 7. Smith over on lane number 10, far right-hand side of your screen. Her shot comes in light, and she leads to 2-5. McDaniel covers his spare in the fifth. Smith again open there in the sixth. McDaniel's shot is high flush. He's got a strike in the sixth. Van Fleet in the sixth with the strike there. She gets all 10 to go after several opens in a row. She gets back on track with that strike in the sixth frame. Again, she came into this match just 12 pins behind Corey Smith, your leader. Kyle May looking for 3 in a row. Here he is in the sixth. And that shot crosses over, so he's got a strike in the sixth. Again, for those of you just tuning in, we're in the 8th and final game of match play. You're watching your number 1 and number 2 seeds through 7 game competing head-to-head here. And the final match of match play. And Taylor Van Fleet with back-to-back jacks in the 6th and 7th frames. Kyle May stepping up in the 7th over on lane number 8. He's got 3 strikes in a row. Looking for his 4th. And that ball never makes the corner, and he's got a tough spare with the sleeper back there. Corey Smith had an open in the 6th, her shot in the 7th, and she comes in light, gets all 10 to go. So a strike for Corey Smith in the 7th frame. And May covers up the other half of the pins right there in the 7th for spare. And Corey Smith comes in light. She leaves the bucket plus a sleeper, so the 2-4-5-8. McDaniel working on the strike in the 6th, his shot here in the 7th. And he gets all 10. So back-to-back jacks for Big Mac Cody McDaniel. McDaniel trying to claw back into this match. Smith over on lane 10. Unable to convert the spare, so an open for her in the 8th. McDaniel's shot. Good pitch there, so 3 in a row. Turkey for Cody McDaniel. Strikes in the 6th, 7th, and 8th frames as he brings this match pretty much back to even. Taylor Van Fleet with a double, trying to motion that one to get up to the head pin, and it's unable to make the corner. She leaves the 110. Kyle May up in the 8th, and May drops all 10 there in the 8th. And after this match, we'll take the top 4 bowlers. They'll bowl a step ladder final. 4 versus 3, winner of that versus 2, winner of that goes on to verse the leader. So Taylor Van Fleet with a tough spare conversion there. As she converts the 110. Kyle May, foundation frame. His shot goes Brooklyn, almost had the 5-7. 5 gets taken out by the messenger. He's left with just a 7 pin here in the 9th. Taylor Van Fleet, far right-hand side of your screen, steps up in the foundation frame. After an open in the 8th, her shot in the 9th. And that shot goes Brooklyn. She drops all 10. So Van Fleet with that strike. And go off the sheet for a 191. Excuse me, 181. May covers the spare. And Corey Smith drops all 10 in the 9th. McDaniel drops all 10 in the 9th, so 4 in a row. A ham bone drop there by McDaniel leading into the 10th frame. So Smith can go sheet for a 191. First shot here in the 10th, comes in light, trips the 2 pin forward. And Daniel's shot goes Brooklyn, and he drops the nickel on us with that first strike there in the 10th. So 5 straight strikes for Cody Big Mac McDaniel, as he is the leader coming into this match. McDaniel started with a spare, open, strike, open, spare, and then dropped the next 5. Smith, far right-hand side of your screen, looking for 3 in a row. And she trips to 4, gets the turkey. And McDaniel asking for that shot to hold, and he does get the request as he has 6 in a row. So crack open your 6-pack of Pepsi and enjoy it as McDaniel puts 6 straight strikes together. One more puts 7 on the board to finish off the 8th and final game of match play. So McDaniel's sealing his first number 1 seed Corey Smith first to go, far right-hand side, looking for 4 in a row. And that shot's light. And Smith leads the 2-8. And McDaniel finishes the match by leaving a weak 7-pin, but shoots 219. So 219 for Cody McDaniel as he throws 5 straight strikes to take the lead and take the match over Kyle May. Taylor Van Fleet with a pocket shot leaves an 8-pin, so a good pitch there by Van Fleet. But she is unable to catch Corey Smith as Corey shoots 189. May to strike there in the 10th. And Van Fleet covers her spare. So it looks like both number 1 seeds are going to hold their positions. Have somebody got some pins being dropped on lane number 7. So Kyle Mayo's got to reset it. Van Fleet, and she finishes with the strike there as she trips the 6-pin forward. So Van Fleet's going to shoot 161. And May goes Brooklyn, leaves the 5-pin. So again, in the girls division, you got Taylor Van Fleet falling to Corey Smith, 189 to 161. Van Fleet came into the day in the number 1 spot, but she fell to the number 2 spot coming into this match. Corey Smith started the day in 5th and jumped all the way up to 1st after winning 7 straight matches and her 8th one here in the 8th and final match of the day. So Corey Smith, undefeated in match play, will hold on to the number 1 spot. May misses the 5-pin. So an open there. He shoots 191. So Cody McDaniel comes into today as the number 1 seed and goes 7-1 in match play to hang on to the number 1 seed as he defeats Kyle May 219 to 191. May started off the day as the number 6 seed and jumped all the way up to the number 2 spot before facing Cody McDaniel in this match. May is 3. Let's see, 1, 2, 4, and 4 in match play on the day to make it from 6th all the way to 2nd. So again, top 4 bowlers are going to advance to a stepladder final. Stepladder final is going to be number 4 seed, going to bowl the number 3 seed. Winner of that bowls the number 2 seed. Winner of that match bowls the leader coming into the stepladder. And the winner of the stepladder finals will receive up to $1,000 to cover travel expenses to travel to the National Junior Gold Tournament in Chicago this year. So give us a few minutes as Dan Moore, Melissa Morrow, and Christy Helms are getting the final scores and tallying everything up. And they will begin the stepladder finals right here on the TV pair 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. Again, we just finished up match play competition. We're cutting to the top 4 for the stepladder final. And you're watching live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes Cary in Cary, North Carolina. I'm Gerald Morrow, and I'll be with you for a few more games here through the stepladder final, taking you to the end of the tournament. Again, this was a 2-day tournament that began yesterday in Buffaloe Lanes, Irwin. We had 67 total bowlers competing. We cut to the top 8 boys, top 8 girls, and they came into today here at Buffaloe Lanes Cary and are now complete with match play, and we're cutting to the top 4. So stick with us. We'll have the final results for the top 4 bowlers here in probably the next 10 minutes, and we'll begin the stepladder finals. I'm Gerald Morrow. Thank you for joining us, and I'll be right back with you in about 10 minutes.
get ready for some missiles. Everybody hear me? Come a little louder. A little bit. You just come closer. Okay. All right, for the girl. That's too close. Turn my face. Okay. For the girls division, your leader in first place, Corey Smith, at plus 54. Second place, Taylor Van Fleet, minus 16. Third place, Kendall Bigley, minus 125. And the fourth place, Emma Stahl, minus 170. Boys leader, Tony McDaniel, plus 236. Kyle May, plus 57 in second. Third place, Austin McLean, plus 44. And in fourth place, by 5'6", Tracy Arroyo, plus 28. All right, let me see you take real quick.
All right, so Melissa Morrow announces the top four in each of the divisions. We've got your fourth seed is Emma Stahl at minus 170. Third seed is Kendall Bigley at minus 125. Taylor Van Fleet takes the number 2 spot at minus 16. And your leader going into the stepladder finals is Corey Smith, as she was undefeated on the day in match play, and she is at plus 54. In the boys division, fourth place is Chris Arroyo, and he was at plus 28. He squeaked in 5 sticks over Lee Clevenger, who was just outside the cut. In third place is Austin McElwain at plus 44. And your number 2 seed is Kyle May at plus 57. And your leader with 1 loss on the day in match play, his record of match play was 7-1. At plus 236 is Cody McDaniel. Again, they're going to bowl stepladder finals. And that means 4 versus 3. Winner of that versus 2. Winner of that faces your leader. And your boys are going to compete on 7 and 8. And we'll start off with Chris Arroyo and Austin McElwain. McElwain shot 159 his 2 appearances on the TV pair. And Arroyo shot 212 when he was here back on game number 2. The bowlers are going to get a little bit of practice. And for the girls, we're going to start off with Emma Stahl and Kendall Bigley. Emma shot 144 back in game number 4 on the TV pair and 178 in game number 2. So
practice, and now they're not. I'm amazing. I know. Don't let them practice. Oh my God. Miscommunication with the counter. They're going to switch it to practice. It's not on practice.
So bowlers are getting a couple warm-up shots on each of their starting lanes here. So you're going to watch in the boys your number 4 seed, Chris Royal, and your number 3 seed, Austin McElwain. And it's a one-game match. Winner advances to face the number 2 seed, Kyle May. In the girls' division, your number 4 seed, Emma Stahl, will be facing number 3 seed, Kendall Bigley. Winner of that will move on to face your number 2 seed, Taylor Van Fleet. So stick with us. A few more matches here, and we will crown a champion. So we've got 3 games, and then we will crown a champion at the conclusion of 3 games. So all the pinfall, all the bowling, all 16 games over the last 2 days pretty much get the bowlers to this position, and now it's one game head-to-head against an opponent to try to work their way up the step ladder. So looking at your complete standings through all 8 bowlers. In the girls' division, Corey Smith, your leader, at plus 54. Taylor Van Fleet in second at minus 16. Kendall Bigley in third at minus 125. Emma Stahl in fourth at minus 170. Kaylin Below just outside of the cut at minus 225. Erica Belcher at minus 350. Hannah Williams at minus 458. And Andrea Turlington rounding out the girls' division. For the boys, your leader is Cody McDaniel at plus 236. Kyle May in second at plus 57. Austin McElwain in third at plus 44. Chris Royal in fourth at plus 28. Lee Clevenger just outside of the cut by 5 pins at plus 23. Brian McLeod at minus 29. Nick Soprano at minus 87. And Matt Phelps rounds out the 8th place for the boys. So bowlers finishing up their practice. Dan Moore down on the lanes, erasing some scores and getting everything ready to roll. And we will begin competition.
You got it, Austin? You got it? You good? Everybody ready? Do it.
Oh, Kendall Bigley going to start first for the girls over on lane number 9. And her first shot of the step ladder goes through the nose. She leaves a 610. Austin McElwain starting for the boys over on lane number 7. And leaves the bucket plus a sleeper, the 2458. And McElwain with an open there. Again, McElwain, the number 3 seed coming into the match. Arroyo, the number 4 seed. Arroyo, his first shot of the first match in the stepladder. And Emma Stahl, the number 4 seed, with a strike there to start off her first match against Kendall Bigley in the stepladder. So Arroyo looking to try to cover up the 1-3-7. Gets 2. So both bowlers in the boys stepladder with an open to start off their first match. Emma Stahl steps over to lane number 9. Strike first ball. Second shot here goes through the nose, and a big split there for her. Arroyo steps up, second frame. And he drops all 10 there in the second frame, so a strike for him. As McElwain steps up, moves over to lane number 8. Stahl gets 1, so an open for her in the second frame. McElwain's second shot. And that's high flush. He gets all 10 to go. So both bowlers start off with an open strike. And the boys stepladder. Bigley steps over to lane number 10, second frame. And a good pitch there. She's left with just a 10 pin. So Kendall again, the number 3 seed. McElwain's shot. Goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back jacks for Austin McElwain. Bigley looking to cover up the 10 pin. Far right-hand side of your screen, Chris Arroyo, almost dead center of your screen in the black shirt. Bigley unable to convert. Arroyo is kind of walking that one out. I don't think he liked that one off his hand. And he leaves the 1-3-6-7. A washout for Arroyo. And an open for Bigley as Arroyo steps up, looking to cover up the spare. And unable to convert. So an open for Arroyo in the third. Bigley in the third frame over on lane number 9. And she goes high, trips the 4 pin. So a strike for her in the third frame of the first match of the stepladder. Arroyo, left-hand side of your screen. He mixes them up, gets all 10 pins to go, so a strike for him in the fourth. McElwain working on a double. Emma Stahl comes in light and gets them all to go there. So 2 strikes for Stahl on the right lane, but an open on in the second frame on the left lane for her. McElwain looking for 3 in a row. And a good pitch there. He gets all 10 to go. So a turkey for McElwain. Emma Stahl, your number 4 seat, steps up in the fourth frame. It's left to target. And out of trouble, she leaves the 1-3. McElwain looking for 4 in a row. And he mixes them up and gets the 8 pin to fall over late. So a ham bone for Austin McElwain. So after an open in the first frame, he throws 4 straight. Emma Stahl looking to cover up her spare in the fourth. And she does just that as Chris Arroyo steps up to the left of her. Arroyo fifth frame looking to double up. And he does just that. So Royal trying to stay on this match as McElwain opens with an open and then 4 straight strikes. Bigley, far right-hand side of your screen, up in the 4th, trying to double up over on lane number 10. And she does just that, so high flush shot, all 10 in the pit there. So back-to-back jacks for Kendall Bigley. Chris Arroyo looking for a turkey. He hollers at it to go right, and it does just that. So a turkey for Chris Arroyo as him and McElwain are battling it out here in the first match of the stepladder finals. Bigley in the 5th. And her shot crosses over, trips the 6-pin late, and she's got a turkey with strikes in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th frames. McElwain having to get a re-rack as he had pins missing as he steps up in the 6th frame, looking for 5 in a row. Something caught his attention. He steps off. Emma Stahl. Her shot crosses over and she leaves the 1-3. McElwain. 6th frame. And he drops the nickel. So 5 straight strikes for Austin McElwain. Again, Austin was back here 2 times on this TV pair during the match play, and both times shot 159. And Emma Stahl with an open there in the 5th. McElwain stepping up in the 7th, looking for 6 in a row. And comes in light, and a good break. As he had the bucket plus a sleeper, and everything kind of trips out late, and he's left with just a 4 pin. Stahl up in the 6th. Her shot left of target, but she goes Brooklyn, gets all 10 to go. McElwain looking to cover up the 4 pin. And he does just that. So McElwain, after an open in the 1st, is now clean through 7. Kendall Bigley steps up far right-hand side of your screen with 3 in a row, up in the 6th. Her shot just nicks the head pin, leaves the 3 pins. And a Royal wanted that one and leaves the 4-10. So a tough split here for Chris Arroyo. And Arroyo gives it a good run, but only gets 1. Bigley looking to cover up her spare, and she does just that. Chris Arroyo. His shot goes high. He leaves the big 4. Ironically, Arroyo and McElwain didn't meet on the TV pair at all. They met elsewhere on the boys' lanes, and the same thing with Bigley and Stahl. Bigley goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 in the 7th. Arroyo with an open, so back-to-back splits for Chris Arroyo, as he is 27 down to McElwain. Stahl and McElwain going simultaneously. And McElwain drops all 10. Stahl shot a little off the target. She leaves the 4-10. So Austin McElwain seems to be locked in here on lane 7 and 8. Stoll unable to convert the spare, and McElwain back-to-back strikes with that strike in the foundation frame. Emma Stoll in the 8th, off the mark, leaves the 1-2-7. Arroyo gets all 10 there. So strike for him in the foundation frame, but I think it's going to be too little, too late, as Arroyo had a split in the 7th and a split in the 8th. So back-to-back opens for Arroyo here in his first match of the stepladder. Emma Stoll looking to cover up the spare, and she does just that. Arroyo first to finish, 10th frame, and he rings a 7-pin. Good pitch there, and that should be it. So Royal is not going to defeat Austin McElwain, and Arroyo with an open. So good sign of sportsmanship there, as a Royal handshake and a little hug there for Austin McElwain. Arroyo shoots 159. And McElwain just going to finish off this match, make sure he's still lined up for his next match. And McElwain seems to be locked in now on this TV pair. McElwain will move on to face the number 2 seed, Kyle May. Kendall Bigley up in the 9th. She's working on a double. And light in the pocket, leaves the 5-pin. So Bigley is going to end up defeating Emma Stoll. McElwain, little footing issue, and he leaves the 3-6. So McElwain with probably his next to biggest game of the day. He finished the 8th game of match play with a 255. And he covers this up. He's going to shoot 246, so this will be his second highest game of the day. And Bigley with an open there in the 9th. So a good game there for Austin as he shoots 246 to defeat Chris Arroyo. Emma Stoll in the 9th. Her shot goes Brooklyn, and she doesn't get the 9-pin to go. So Stoll looking to cover up the 9-pin for a spare in the foundation frame. Bigley has already got 189 with that open in the 9th. So she is locked out, Emma Stoll. It looks like both of your number 3 seeds are going to advance to face your number 2 seeds. Again, McElwain's going to advance to face Kyle May. And Bigley is going to advance to face your number 2 seed in the girls' division, Taylor Van Fleet. Stoll in the 10th frame. She leaves the 1-2-4. Stoll with an open there, finishes up her match. She's going to shoot 139, it looks like. So Kendall Bigley just has to finish it off here in the 10th. Make sure she gets lined up and stays lined up for her next match against the number 2 seed, Taylor Van Fleet. And if you're just joining us, you're watching the first match of the stepladder. And in the boys division, Austin McElwain, the number 3 seed, defeats Chris Royal, the number 4 seed, 146 to 159. In the girls division, Kendall Bigley is finishing off her 10th frame, but she is going to advance to face the number 2 seed, Taylor Van Fleet. And so Bigley is going to shoot 191, and she defeated the number 4 seed, Emma Stoll. So number 2 seeds coming on.
Okay, winner of the first match. Austin defeats Christie, 46 to 159. Up next is Kyle May.
Your number 2 seed, Kyle May, coming on for the boys, and Taylor Van Fleet is coming on for the girls.
The new bowlers get 2 shots on each lane.
So the new bowlers, the number 2 seeds are coming on. They get 2 shots on each lane. Yeah. 2 balls on each lane. They'll remove the scores, and then they will begin competition. Taylor Van Fleet on the day had 2 losses in a match play, so she was 6-2 on the day of match play. Kyle May had 4 losses on the day of match play, so he was 4-4. And Van Fleet with a good shot there in practice. Seems that she is already pretty much lined up, as is Kyle May. So both number 2 seeds come in, throwing some strikes. Definitely gives them both confidence. Again, bowlers are getting 2 shots on each lane, and then they will begin their competition. Kyle May looks like he's going to start for the boys. And he starts off with a light strike there. And Taylor Van Fleet looks like she is going to start for the girls. So the number 2 seeds opting to start. And Van Fleet starts strong also with the strike. So both number 2 seeds come out firing. McElwain steps off, excuse me. Appears to have been distracted by something. So he starts off, resets his routine, and here's his first shot. And Second match of his stepladder finals. Drops all 10 there, almost left an 8-pin. Gets that to go. Kendall Bigley, far right-hand side of your screen. Here she is in the first frame. And her ball hits the pocket, deflects. She leaves a 5-pin. So Bigley defeated Stoll to make it to Taylor Van Fleet, and Austin defeated Chris to make it to Kyle May. McElwain, second shot here. Hollering for it. The hook got it a little bit right. He's playing that extreme outside part of the lane, but really got that one out to about 1. And the ball just never picked up and read the pattern. So he leaves 1, 2, 4, 10. Bigley covers up the spare. McElwain picked this up earlier with that backup ball, but he's unable to convert it. So an open for him in the second. Bigley steps up on lane number 9. Had a spare there in the first. Her shot here in the second frame. It looked like she had a little bit of trouble coming out of that one. Leaves to 1, 3, 6, 10. Kyle May looking to double up. And it goes Brooklyn. And he leaves to 5, 7. Kendall looking to cover up the spare, and she does just that. So back-to-back spares to start off her match against Taylor Van Fleet. Kyle May looking to try to cover up the 5, 7. And it's got a chance, and he does convert the 5, 7. So May stays clean through 2. Van Fleet struck in the first frame. Here she is in the second frame. And Van Fleet motioning for the ball to get up to the pocket. And it comes in light and leaves to 2, 8. Kyle May, left-hand side of your screen. Van Fleet, far right-hand side of your screen. And May drops all 10, and Van Fleet chops the 2 off the 2, 8. So May with the strike in the first, spare in the second, and a strike in the third. So he is clean through 3. McElwain up in the third. Shot goes high, trips the 7 out, and is only left with the 6-pin. Had the 6, 7 momentarily. 7 goes out late. Austin's just left with the 6-pin in the third. Taylor Van Fleet steps over to the third left lane. Shot left to target, leaves the 1, 3, 6, 10. And McElwain looks like he kind of rushed that spare attempt, and an open for him in the third. Van Fleet looking to try to convert the 1, 3, 6, 10 in the third. McElwain looking to get back on track after back-to-back at opens. And his shot crosses over. He leaves the 6, 10. And Van Fleet covers the spare in the third. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. We're in the second game of the stepladder finals. McElwain looking to cover up the 6, 10, and he's unable to do that as he chops the 6 off the 6, 10. Kendall Bigley, far right-hand side of your screen in the third, and she leaves the 1, 2. So McElwain shoots 246 in the first match to defeat Chris Arroyo, and Bigley shot 191 to defeat Emma Stahl. So McElwain struggling here in his second match of the stepladder final against the number 2 seed, Kyle May. May working on a strike in the third, his shot here in the fourth. And that's high. He leaves the 2-pin. Bigley looking to cover up the 1-2. And she does just that in the third. May looking to cover up the 2-pin. And he does just that, so a spare for him. He's clean through 4. Kendall Bigley steps up just to the right of May in the 4th frame. Mixes them up and leaves the 2-5. So May steps over to lane 7 in the 5th frame. He struck both times over here on this left lane. And a mixer strike there, so 3 strikes on that left lane. Bigley was hoping that she wouldn't chop it, and she does chop it. So an open for her in the 4th. McElwain in the 5th. And McElwain has lost his reaction on this pair after a big game in his first match. He's lost his reaction, and now he's got a split here in the 5th. Van Fleet, good pitch there, and she rings a 10-pin in the 4th. And McElwain is unable to convert the spare, so an open for him. Ball bounced out of the gutter, and Dan Moore is down there correcting the score. So McElwain falls behind in his match. Van Fleet misses a 10-pin. McElwain trying to get back on track, and he does just that there in the 6th. So after 4 straight opens, McElwain posts a strike in the 6th frame. So just that quickly between games, the lanes are transitioning, and he is trying to figure it out to get back into this match against Kyle May, the number 2 seed. Taylor Van Fleet's shot crosses over, and she leaves the 5-pin. May looking to double up here in the 6th. And he goes Brooklyn and walks away taking that one. So a double with that Brooklyn strike in the 6th frame for Kyle May. Van Fleet put her hands up on her head as soon as she let that one go, and she had knew right away she had missed the 5-pin. So back-to-back opens for her. And now her and Bigley are neck and neck. May with a pretty good handle on his match against McElwain. And May mixes it up again on that left lane and doesn't get the 10-pin to go. So a makeable spare for him. And Bigley crosses over, drops all 10. So Bigley takes the lead there with that strike in the 5th. Your number 1 seeds, Cody McDaniel and Corey Smith, down on the end pair warming up, getting ready for their next match. Winners of these matches will move on to face the number 1 seeds, Corey Smith and Cody McDaniel. Smith undefeated in match play on the day. McDaniel with only 1 loss in match play, the record of 7-1. but dominated today as he finished qualifying with plus 236. Kyle May, the second seed, was behind him at plus 57. Bigley shot off the mark. She gets half of them with the first ball. Looking to try to cover up the other half here on the second ball. But first, Austin McElwain up on lane 7, trying to double up and keep May honest. And McElwain figures the lanes out and now is doubled up. And it's going to try to take this off the sheet and make Kyle May perform in the 8th, 9th, and 10th frames. Bigley almost chopped it. Pin comes out of the gutter, gets the sweeper, so a spare for her in the 6th. McElwain. And a good pitch there and leaves a 9-pin, a stone 9 for Austin McElwain as he was trying to put the pressure on May and get back in this match. Taylor Van Fleet for right-hand side of your screen. McElwain covers up the 9-pin. Van Fleet goes Brooklyn and leaves the 5-pin. May in the 8th. And a pinch high and gets 6-pin to go late. So a strike there in the 8th. Pretty much seals the deal in this match, barring any disaster. And Taylor Van Fleet misses a 5-pin. So 3 straight single-pin misses for Taylor Van Fleet as she was trying to climb into this match. May in the foundation frame up on the left lane, lane 7. And unable to get that ball to turn the corner, and he leaves the 3, 9, 10. Van Fleet. Good pitch there, comes in a bit light, and she gets all 10 to go. Oh, she is down in her match against Kendall Bigley. Bigley working on a spare in the 6, going to step up on lane 10 in the 7th, right-hand side of your screen. May, left-hand side of your screen, looking to cover up the 3, 9, 10. And May with the open, and Bigley gets all 10 to go there in the 7th. So Bigley, they approximate 26-pin lead, steps up in the 8th over on lane number 9, looking to double up. And she goes Brooklyn and does just that, extending that lead. Austin McElwain after a stone 9, here he is in the 9th. And that shot crosses over and he leaves a 3-pin. So this match is over. May going to defeat McElwain. Van Fleet gets all 10 to go, and McElwain with an open there. So Van Fleet trying to get back in this match and make Kendall Bigley perform. McElwain rings the 10-pin, just finishing out this match. So Kyle May, the number 2 seed, is going to defeat Austin McElwain. And McElwain covers the 10. Van Fleet gets all 10. So a turkey for Taylor Van Fleet with strikes in the 7th, 8th, and 9th frames. Trying to put a little bit of pressure on Kendall Bigley. McElwain's final shot right at the head pin, and McElwain is going to shoot 143. So number 3 seed Austin McElwain falls to Kyle May. Bigley shot through the nose, and she leaves a 3-pin. May. Shot goes Brooklyn. He leaves the 7-pin. So it's going to be a lefty matchup between the number 2 seed, Kyle May, and the number 1 seed, Cody McDaniel. Bigley converts to spare. And the 9th. May looking to cover up the 7-pin. And an open for May as he misses the 7-pin. But May shoots 186. So Kyle May, number 2 seed, defeats Austin McElwain 186 to 143. Kendall Bigley stepping up here in the 10th, first to finish. That shot's through the nose. She leaves a 3-10 baby split. And she converts this and strikes. She can shoot 188. So Van Fleet working on a turkey and can come back and win this match. Bigley unable to convert the spare. So a big open there in the 10th for Kendall Bigley. And the ball is in Taylor Van Fleet's court. Bigley shoots 177. Taylor Van Fleet, 3 in a row coming into the 10th. And goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go. So 4 in a row for Van Fleet. She needs another strike here. And that goes through the nose, and she leaves the 3-6. That was enough there, actually, to give her the win. That puts her at 180. If she can convert this, she'll shoot 182. And she's able to convert the spare. So Taylor Van Fleet scratches her way back into this match and defeats Kendall Bigley 182 to 177. Good match there in the girls division, as the number 2 seed advances to face the number 1 seed, Corey Smith. So again, 1 versus 2 matchups here for the championship. Winners not only receive a spot to the National Junior Gold Tournament, they'll leave up to $1,000 in travel expenses, courtesy of Buffaloe Lanes. 2 balls on each lane for the new bowlers. And we will begin the final match of this 2-day tournament. So 2 days, 2 centers, 2 different oil patterns, 16 games of qualifying, 4 games 3 games, of a step ladder. And we will crown the winner right after this next game. I'm Gerald Morrow. You're watching live streaming coverage from Buffaloe Lanes Cary. And it's about 8 minutes past the hour here on Sunday afternoon. And one more match to determine who will win this 2-day tournament. So stick with us and we'll bring you complete coverage of the championship match. It's about 5 minutes and they should be done with their warm-ups, and then we will take you to the finale. Final shots here, and we're about to begin competition. Dan Moore down racing the scores of the practice balls, and Dan McCaskill heading over to the ladies pair to erase the practice balls over there. And we will begin our last match of the tournament to determine the champion. Looks like Kyle May is going to start. And May so a lefty matchup for the boys and a righty matchup for the girls. Corey Smith elects to start. Kyle May elects to start. Or McDaniel has Kyle May start. May starts with the strike. Smith comes in light, leaves a 2-4-5. And McDaniel holds the finish there. He gets all 10, so both lefties start with strikes. Corey Smith looking to cover up the 2-4-5. And she does just that. So Smith with the spare. And McDaniel steps up in the second frame of the championship match, working on a strike. And a pinch high and leaves a 6-spin. Taylor Van Fleet over on the far right-hand side of your screen. And her shot off the mark leaves the 2-5, almost had the 2-4-5. Again, you're watching the final match. And Cody McDaniel covers up the 6-pin, so a spare. And Van Fleet covers her spare, so spares to start off for the ladies. Both boys started with the strike. Cody strikes spare, and Kyle May with a strike, and his second shot here in the championship match. Quite doesn't make the turn, and leaves the 1-3. Van Fleet, second frame of the championship match, goes Brooklyn and gets all 10 to go. So Van Fleet with a Brooklyn strike there in the second. May looking to cover up the 1-3, and he does just that as Corey Smith steps up far right-hand side of your screen. Second frame. And booyah, drops all 10. So spare strike start for both young ladies. And both boys go strike spare to start the championship match. May, the number 2 seed, steps up left lane, third frame. And that shot goes high, leaves the 2-4. Corey Smith, lane 9, third frame. Looking to double up. And she does just that. So back-to-back jacks for Corey Smith. Corey also bowls for North Carolina A&T. Van Fleet over on the right-hand side looking to try to double up. May looking to cover up the 2-4. May with an open there, and Van Fleet pulls that one well left the target and leaves just the 5-pin. So a makeable spare there for Van Fleet, even though she did struggle in the previous match with single pin spares and missed a 5-pin on lane 10 in the previous match. McDaniel, third frame, and pulls that one through the nose and is fortunate just to leave the 7-pin. And Van Fleet covers the 5-pin. She kind of looks back at her mom. McDaniel looking to cover up the 7-pin. And don't hurt it. But he covers it up. So back-to-back spares for McDaniel here in the championship match after he started with a strike. May started with a strike, a spare, and an open in the third. Van Fleet up in the fourth. And that's high and trips out the big 4. So a strike for Van Fleet in the fourth. McDaniel up in the fourth. Didn't like that one off his hand. Gets a really good break to only leave the 7-pin as he had the 6-7 momentarily. Corey Smith, far right-hand side of your screen, looking for a turkey here in the fourth. Boom! Drops all 10 and a fist pump there from Smith. She's got 3 in a row. And this time McDaniel gets all of the 7-pin. So 3 straight single pin spares for McDaniel. He is clean through 4. Corey Smith looking for 4 in a row. Pulls that one and goes Brooklyn, throws her hands up. She's got a ham bone, 4 in a row here in the championship match. May's shot crosses over and doesn't quite get the head pin. Leaves 1-2. Van Fleet clean through 4. Her shot here in the 5th. Trying to double up. And a great pitch there. And is truly tapped as she leaves the 8-pin there in the 5th frame. Ball hit the 8. The 8 actually moved but did not go down. So a true tap for the righty, leaving the 8-pin. Kyle May, lefty, covers up the spare in the 4th. So Van Fleet looking to cover this spare to try to keep the Dutch going. And a single pin miss here in the 5th. So that does not help her cause here in the championship match, especially with Corey Smith stringing 4 straight strikes. Kyle May up in the 5th, working on a spare. And May's shot just doesn't even come off the spot, and he leaves the 1-3-6-7. Van Fleet in the 6th. And a good pitch there. So what could have been 3 straight strikes ends up being a strike and an open and another strike. A bad break leaving the 8-pin, and then even a worse break missing the 8-pin in the 5th frame. Corey Smith for 5 in a row and loses that one off her hand. So a gutter ball, first ball of the 6th frame. On a string of strikes like that, she dropped quite a few sticks. So Smith looking to try to spare it up. May with an open in the 5th, McDaniel up in the 5th. And hits them thin and watches them spin, and he's got a strike there in the 5th. Smith tries to convert to spare and leaves the 4-pin, so an open for Corey Smith in the 6th frame. And allows Van Fleet to kind of have a glimmer of hope here in this match. Yeah, that 8-pin miss in the 5th frame is really haunting Taylor Van Fleet right now. And McDaniel there drops all 10. So back-to-back jacks for Cody McDaniel in the 5th and 6th frames. Corey Smith, that shot a little bit high, leaves the 4-pin. Kyle May in the 6th, had an open in the 5th. May trying to stick around in this match, and he leaves the 5-pin as his shot crosses over. Smith looking to cover the spare here in the 7th. And she does just that. So May covers a spare. And Cody McDaniel with a pretty good handle on the match there with May. And Van Fleet, a little fist pump there. So a break for her as she gets all 10 to go and doubles up 6th and 7th frames. Corey Smith with the gutter. And open in the 6th. And Van Fleet is creeping back into this match. May, 7th frame, his shot comes in light, leaves the 3-6-9. And a good pitch there. That's a turkey for Van Fleet. And she is taking the lead in this match. May covers his spare in the 7th. Corey Smith did not have a good ball reaction there, and she leaves the 1-2-4-10. So how quickly the tide is turning in the girls' match as Van Fleet and Smith go head-to-head. And McDaniel with the tomahawk messenger that comes across and gets the 7-pin. He's got a turkey. And Smith with an open in the 8th. Eighth frame. Daniel trying to wave that one across over, leaves the 4-7. Corey Smith After an open in the 8th, her foundation frame. Goes Brooklyn and leaves the 9-pin. Unhappy with their shot there. See her motioning and talking to herself at the line. And McDaniel covers up the spare there in the 8th. So Smith looking to convert the 9-pin here in the 9th frame. And no problem with that. So he's sparing the foundation frame for Corey Smith. Kyle May up in the 8th. The shot goes Brooklyn. He gets all 10 to go. Appreciate everybody that's tuning in. We're catching the last few frames of the championship match. Taylor Van Fleet with a turkey, looking for 4 in a row here in the 9th, and she drops the ham bone there in the 9th. So Van Fleet has clawed her way back into this match as Corey Smith opened the door, and Van Fleet is trying to take advantage of it. Kyle May in the boys match. Shot comes in light, gets all 10 to go, so a double there for him. But McDaniel has got his foot on the accelerator, and barring disaster, should be able to take care of winning the championship. Over with the girls, Van Fleet 4 in a row for 5. She goes Brooklyn and a fist pump there, so Van Fleet, Taylor Van Fleet dropping the nickel. And McDaniel through the nose, at least a 4-6-10. 4-6-10 there in the 9th makes it a little more interesting. Van Fleet, again, 5 in a row to get back into the match. Van Fleet, second shot here in the 10th. And that's high. She leaves the 3-6-10. And an open for McDaniel there in the 9th. So Van Fleet able to come back and win the championship match. All right, making sure my math is correct. Van Fleet shoots 225. Corey Smith can max out for so Smith leaves the 5-7. Smith leaves the 5-7. So she is out 180. Most she can max is like 191. McDaniel goes Brooklyn, gets all 10 to go. So back-to-back jacks for McDaniel. Smith tries to slide it over and is unable to convert the 5-7. So Taylor Van Fleet defeats number 1 seed Corey Smith, 225 to 180. Van Fleet clawed her way back into the match with several strikes in a row. And a big win for Taylor Van Fleet, the number 2 seed, defeating the number 1 seed, 225 to 180. Daniel, final shot of the championship match. And a good pitch there, gets the messenger to roll out the 7-pin. So McDaniel is going to shoot 212. And 212 is going to lock out May. Kyle May just going to finish off the match. And goes Brooklyn. He's got 3 in a row. But it's going to be too little, too late for Kyle May. So May looks like he can go sheet for 197. So he's going to fall just short. May. Good pitch there. He gets all 10. So 4 in a row for Kyle May. So great bowling here all day by the top 8 bowlers, and especially here in the stepladder finals by the top 4. But all bowlers, all 67 that competed yesterday down in Irwin, good bowling, and they all have something to be proud of as they grinded it out through 8 games yesterday down at Buffalo Irwin. And again, out of 67 bowlers, the bowlers here today, these 16 made it to Sunday. And Kyle May is going to finish with a 196. So a good match there in the boys division. But the number 1 seed, Cody McDaniel, able to hang on to defeat Kyle May 212 to 196. Taylor Van Fleet in the girls division defeats number 1 seed Corey Smith 225 to 180. Congratulations to all of these bowlers, and thank you for watching us and tuning in for live streaming coverage for 2 days from Buffalo Irwin and Buffalo Lanes Cary. Again, your winners of the premier spots are Cody McDaniel and Taylor Van Fleet. Each of them will receive up to $1,000 in travel expenses courtesy of Buffalo Lanes. I hope you enjoyed the streaming coverage, and shoot us a message on Facebook or Twitter. And look at buffalolanes.com later on this evening, as we'll have complete standings from the tournament available online. You can also go back and watch all the coverage on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/Buffalo Lanes. Again, I'm Gerald Morrow. I appreciate you joining us. It's 30 minutes past 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. Again, your winners, Cody McDaniel and Taylor Van Fleet. Have a great night and go bowling.